today. And so the shirt I was going to wear is just totally totally see-through chest. So I tried a different shirt that has generally worked correctly, mostly see-through. And then even this shirt, see-through on the freak, but I think that's fine. I think that's on brand, quite frankly. So I wasted 15 minutes doing fucking wardrobe changes and trying to fiddle with the lights to get the chroma key to work correctly. And it's I don't know, it's as good as we're getting. If you were bald, you were bald hound. So real, so brave. How could you say something like that? How could you say something so controversial? I'm proud of you. Coral Blue, thank you for the random smasher pass redeem. Let me pull that up for you, my bestie. I'm pretty sure. I mean, King Brago, we know is a no. I'm pretty sure Hatsune Miku is 12 years old, so that's gonna be a hard no. I don't know how old Hatsune Miku is, but Hatsune Miku either strikes me as straight up 12, or they're Cher and they're 60 and just look spooky young. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. This is exactly what I needed. Water leak last night caused a part of my living room ceiling to collapse, so a bit of light in my life is very welcome. All right, DMC, just for you. Your deck sucks. She's 16. Okay, then yes, I stand by the hard pass. Hatsune Miku isn't real and AI, therefore they can get wrecked. I agree, Blue Jay. Miku's not 16, she's Adler. Uh-huh. We're doing good. Kolos, how you doing, my friend? What's up, Jesse? So, Nightshade, there's 3 ways to get your deck roasted. The 3 ways are we have a free roast raffle on Twitch at the beginning of every month. After that raffle, commissions go on sale on Ko-Fi the first Sunday of every month. After that, if you have more money than patience, for $500, we will roast your deck immediately. Those are your 3 options. Jeffrey, thank you for the $10 super chat on YouTube, my friend. I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. Hey Maud, love your content. The video you made on Xyrus inspired me to build it, and it's been really fun. Thank you for being here every day. Thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate that support and those kind words very, very much, my friend. Ludix Avison, are there rules about the rant redeem? There are a couple. The first and foremost, the rule is if you redeem a rant and you say rant about X magic card, that is not going to happen. Because so much of my online presence is tied up in the roasting videos, I find when people ask me to rant about a card in Commander, they are typically expecting something as funny as the Commander roasts, which are 70% scripted. I ad-lib a lot of the funniest stuff, but if I just try to go straight from the dome freestyle, it's disappointing for you, it's disappointing for me, it's not funny enough for me to clip his content, so I don't really do rants on individual magic cards. Other than that, you can ask me to rant about something false if I think it's a funny gimmick. So you could ask me to rant about why green is based if you worded it in a way that I thought it was a funny joke. We're going to hit the manual ad break such that we can get into DMC's deck roast relatively quickly. Hey boss, how do you redeem a custom card review on a variety stream? Well, I'll tell you, Justinator. I hit the ad break, so if they're not subbed, they'd get busted. So, Jensinator, the way you do it is during variety streams, in the channel points shop, there's going to be an option for review my custom card. And you just review one of those, and then you join our free Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you can access an invite link by putting !Discord into the Twitch chat. Then post your custom card in the Dear Maldhound channel. And then we'll look at it. Troper, what's going on? Why are you done with today? And Terrence, hit me with that personal question, my friend. Is it just me, or does it feel like WotC made up the Final Fantasy Commanders, or made the Final Fantasy Commanders way too strong to sell and make up for the property rights? Brigham, I got one thing to say to you. You are completely fucking wrong, dog. WotC did not make the Final Fantasy Commanders pushed to try to sell the set because it's at a premium price point. WotC made every fucking card in the set extremely pushed to try to sell it because it's at a premium price point. Every goddamn spoiler I have looked at, every deck I have looked at, every new reveal I have seen, it is something that some archetype or some color wants for every fucking deck they make. So Commanders, yeah. Uncommons, also yeah. It's everything. This is like generational power creep at the bracket 2 level in my mind. Like a lot of the stuff they put just enough breaks on it so that it's still, you know, bracket 2, bracket 3 behavior. There's VV, but outside of VV, there's not too much stuff that's like, oh, this is taking CEDH by storm. But this is absolutely setting a higher standard for what bracket 2 decks. I mean, Alec, okay, so when I said every, I was exaggerating. There are, in fact, bad cards in the set. Not every card is stronger than every Magic card that came before it. Some of the job select equipment is quite underwhelming. Many of them are still very, very good. Some of them are just underwhelming in the deck they're in. One of these is like Reaper's Scythe, which I think is... I can almost see the vision, but I think in the Y'shtola precon, as it is built, this actually doesn't really get to do all that much work. If you like curve into Y'shtola then the Scythe, then it's great, and then you have a spell to play every time. But the Y'shtola precon is just a little bit lost. Jeffrey, thank you for joining the Dog Home on YouTube. Welcome to the Dog Home. I appreciate that generosity. Job select is just a mechanic. That means, hey, reading the card explains the card. Let's talk about the Harvey scale. For, what's your name? Cats is cute. You tell me what you think job select means. And we'll use that as a measure of how good a keyword this is. What's up, Riank? Interpersonal drama and work being the worst. It's gonna get better, but like, damn, you know, I do know. That sucks. Something with attaching the equipment as it enters. I mean, Alec did spoil it, but yes, this is just you make a 1/1. You make a 1/1, and then you equip the thing to the 1/1. Alright, so we got a rant from Mega Suits. This rant is, I need to hear me a rant about Farewell needing to be available in green because man does mono green need it. Mega, you are so real for that. I absolutely agree with this statement. I think mono green deserves the world, and I think most of the world that they deserve is Farewell. I would make one change to Farewell before we give it to mono green. First, I would make it cost 1 less mana. They've worked hard enough. We deserve it at 5. And for 5 mana, you shouldn't have to choose modes. It should just do everything for you. The green players' brains are working hard enough trying to count how much mana Sylvala taps for. You don't need to be picking modes and bullshit. We just hit everything. Kicker, not actual cost, kicker metaphorically, only hits your board. Now that sounds bad. It's not. The reason what mono green deserves more than anything is more neuron activation. How do we get them more neuron activation? We let them replay all of their creatures by only self board wiping. You board wipe everybody, that game's going to be over because green gets to rebuild the fastest for no goddamn reason. You board wipe yourself, now you got the Rock Lee weights on. You get the cool anime scene. You get to cast all your creatures again. Green needs it. Green deserves it. Gavin, hear my cries. Mauled out here about to suggest mono green, one with nothing for the deck. Mega Suits, thank you very much for that rant redeem on an obviously false thing. Then we have a personal question from Terrence and Storm King. Terrence, I'm scrolling back for yours. Storm King, I'm looking for yours as well. Do you think they'll print a black farewell? They've been printing a lot of black exile removal. I think they'll do it for creatures. I do not think we will get a black farewell for artifacts, enchantments, and graveyards. Enchantments specifically, or if we got one, it would be costed incredibly high. Fortuna the Tuna, thank you for the Prime sub for the 6th month in a row. And Jensenator, thank you for the 200 bits to kick off a hype train, my friend. I appreciate all of you. Maul, do you enjoy Pokemon as an in-general thing? I love Pokemon. The last Pokemon game I played was Arceus. That game smacked. I played Poke MMO a fair bit in college, which was a great game. But I was definitely one of those, like, I only took Pokemon that had damaging moves. I refused to learn what an EV or an IV was. And I just stacked up my fucking Alakazam and Psybeamed people. Please rant about why red needs good Constellation / Eerie cards. The closest we have is Forgotten Greeds, but that's a 4-mana 4/2. Dog, you wrong as hell. I'll say a lot of foul shit for 1,000 channel points. I will not say red deserves enchantment ETB abilities. You can fuck right out of here with that shit. I'm vine booming you. Flatly no. What red needs is WotC has to pick something for red to be good at permanently. I have no idea how they navigate that without ruining standard, because red's job in 1v1 is to be the low to the ground, ephemeral advantage, I beat you to death and I win. And in Commander, red is bad. Red has, every good red card is a game changer, and red has like 2 game changers, and that's just straight facts. So what they need is they need some area of the game where they can like accrue meaningful long-term advantage to build for later in the game if you want them to have more of a presence in Commander. But we don't have that. We have Slicer and Alexios, and that's what you get, I guess. Okay, so wild suggestion, but here's the play for next variety channel. You play through Pokemon Run and Bun, not as a hardcore Nuzlocke, but just casually. It's so fun, and you can name Pokemon after us. It's got great difficulty, and you'll rage plenty, just like Darkest Dungeon. We will see. Mauled, in the lamest news ever, I've noticed my casual pod has slowly gotten into the habit of collectively sitting on their hands, holding back armies of creatures, or just not wanting to swing 8/8 commanders until they think they can win, which is making games go long. How can I encourage this habit to stop? Also, side note, how do I tell the Spiders player that his deck has no win cons? Okay. Lots of things to unpack there. First and foremost, the easiest way you can fix a pod that is doing that is you have to be willing to lose. Both because of the golden rule of like we can't be asking all of our friends, hey, don't be a bitch, crash out, if we're not willing to crash out. You also, as much as I love stinky cards, this sounds like you need to be playing better cards. And by better cards, I mean things that are more definitive, I'm going to win now, or are more definitive asymmetric advantage. So this is more stuff like, if we go to the really far end of the spectrum, which again, what I'm about to show you is not going to be appropriate for your pod. But if you go Tef Pro, if you do the old Tef Pro Farewell Gambit, for 9 mana, that's a reasonable effect. And for 9 mana, you are now the only person with a board state that matters. In black, this is the type of stuff where you would be running things like in Garruk's Wake. Like you need more things that are, we all have a lot of mana, and I am now going to blow out everybody who is not me. They don't all have to be 9. These are also like the expropriates of the world. Like as lame as these cards can be, it is almost always lamer to have a game that is 2 hours because everybody is too scared to do anything because they're not quite strong enough to be confident. I do also make a whole goad deck for this that is 1, but it's just kind of forcing them. Yeah, the thing about goad is it doesn't convince people that that's the right thing to do. If you try to break situations like this up by goading people, you make them dig their heels in psychologically, and they don't go, oh, this game was fun, I should be attacking more often and more quickly. They just go, oh, god damn, now I have to defend myself from these 2 assholes, and I have to somehow stop fucking Terrans from goading me every turn. This is bullshit, man. I'm gonna play Pillow Fort. That is the situation. That is the situation you're gonna end up in. And so, yeah, as Coyote's saying, when you force attacking onto them, they feel like the attacking is a punishment. Hey, if you want, this is the pinnacle. Monarch is another effect like this. You can also start introducing the initiative, which will also piss people off for different reasons, but we need carrot. We don't want all stick. We want something that is going to make them feel good about attacking. Some of the curses can do it. Most of the curses are way too weak for them to be a big enough benefit. But 1 or 2 good off curses is Curse of Verbosity. What's up, Tiger? And so, yeah, rather than trying to force them into breaking parity, the way to do it is to just put things on the table that incentivize the game to move, or you have to take disadvantageous situations. If you want people to swing in situations where they're not perfectly safe, you have to be the one who starts knocking down those dominoes. See, Felix, like, funny sentence, bad idea. If you want to be more direct, just run Bedlam. If you run Bedlam, everybody just hits you. You cannot, like, a lot of people suggest things like this, and I'm convinced it's half jokes, and I'm convinced it's half people who had abusive parents or, like, near abusive parents. Because this is the type of stuff where it's like, oh, I'm going to force the behavior I think is appropriate on you, which is never how you get somebody to change. It's not even how you get somebody to change in like a silly haha situation. If you want your pod to morph meaningfully, you have to make them feel like it's their decision, and you have to make it feel like a good decision. You cannot bully them into playing the game the way you want. You can create situations where the most advantageous and the most fun thing for them to do is the thing you want. But at that point, if they don't want to do it, like, that's it. There's also a lot of, like, someone in chat just brought up Duelist Heritage. Great deal-making card. You could absolutely build a deck where Duelist Heritage was good for you, and you made deals where you go like, hey, if you don't hit me, I'll give your thing double strike so it has an advantageous attack, but you have to give me something. That is very political, it is very commander coded, and it's very good at breaking up a board lock where nobody's willing to make the first move. What's up, Salad One? I'm doing good. Then we have a number of other rants. Hold on. My rant, Maldhound, I swear to God, there are probably war crimes in red that no one has ever heard of because the cards physically hurt to read. Just the color hurts my eyes. This is also compounded by the fact that red cards' value are directly proportional to the number of lines WotC feels okay printing on the card. By the time I read a Warhead card, my eyes are bleeding. I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry for your loss, but I think you might be having a stroke. Or you might be minorly colorblind if the color hurts your eyes. And then Zoria posted their rant in Discord. So let me go to Discord and find that. I would love to pick your brain on future sight, future shifted mechanics that haven't yet seen wide adoption. If you aren't sick in the head enough to remember them and don't want to scryfall it, I think Fate Seal, Scry target opponent's deck essentially, and Gravestorm are the most interesting to talk about as possible future returns. I think those should stay dead. I think there might be iterations of those mechanics that could be interesting, but the problem with Gravestorm is Gravestorm was ruined for me by Shroom the Hegemon. My friend Kuro has a Shroom deck that they're like, oh, this is so cool because I get to use Gravestorm, but it is just a 3-card win the game infinite combo. On the topic of Fate Seal, which, like, for me, I'm not emotionally invested in whatever the name of the mechanic that lets you win is. If you just say, okay, 2-card infinite, 3rd card outlet, I no longer give a fuck. And that's really the only thing Gravestorm is super useful for. And then for Future Sight, that is such a cool mechanic. God, such a cool mechanical mechanic. That is such a cool mechanic that the hoes are never going to not be mad at. I want Fate Seal. I want to play with Fate Seal. I know for a fucking fact, we can't even handle mill. Motherfuckers can't even handle you messing with the top of the deck when statistically it doesn't matter. When it's like Fate Seal and it does actually matter and you are deliberately setting up their draws for them, it's just going to lead to physical violence and we can't have it back. And then Domino Dumb and Elec Man have rant requests. At this point, I'm going to begin potentially deciding on a whim that I will not be fulfilling these because we do have to get into decks for the day at some point. Josh Battery, thank you for the 6 months in a row with Prime, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Madra, that is a channel point redeem you only get during variety streams. So you cannot submit one during a deck roasting stream. You have to come during a Darkest Dungeon stream, or sometimes we swap to Darkest Dungeon after we've done the roast for today. So if today is fast, we might do Darkest Dungeon. But that's how. Then Luna, thank you for the drink water redeem. I appreciate you looking out for my hydration. My next rant is this. You said red doesn't deserve good constellation cards. Why? Like, we have Stormkiln for instants and sorceries. Why can't enchantments get something similar? Or a discard and draw on enchantment ETB. There's plenty of red-esque payoffs you can attach to constellation cards, so I legit don't get why red getting those somehow breaks the game. It's not that they break the game. It comes down to two simple laws. The first law is that enchantments are not cool. And the second law is that red is. That's why. We can't give red enchantments because it would reduce red's Riz. But green is cool and gets enchantments. Half of that sentence is not true, Nick. Oh, Jack, you still haven't seen an email. Okay, we're going to schedule you right now, Jack, to avoid any further confusion. Okay, Jack, here's 3 options for you. You can go the 21st, which is this coming Wednesday, the 28th, which is the Wednesday after that, or the 25th, which is next Sunday. What do you have against enchantments? I simply do not like them. For the most part. It's not that I hate all enchantments, but 25th sounds good. You got it. Tuscan Fury, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. What are cooler, enchantments or planeswalkers? Enchantments, and it's not close. Like, enchantments for me are the, like, comedic relief friend in the group who you sometimes rag on, but, like, you ultimately love them and it's all in good fun. Planeswalkers are not in the fucking friend group. Planeswalkers are, like, they are the people you walk past and you beef with on site and you tell them to go fuck themselves as you pass them in the street. Enchantments are at least, like, in the party. And it's just like, ah, you suck, Tom. Ah. But funnier than that. Planeswalkers are, please fuck off. Please go away, Jerry. What if the Planeswalker is a baddie, though? Who cares? Doesn't matter. Not relevant at my commander tables. Have you played Fortnite since they added AI Darth Vader you can recruit and have convos with in-game? I don't think so. Okay. So, for the order for today, let me pull this shit up. The order for today: DMC, Dr. Crab, D-Man, Norin, and Gagbomb. I know that D-Man is not here. They emailed that they needed to be rescheduled to a future weekend because their schedule got fucked up. Dog Sauce, you're about to smell an opportunity for Mesmeric Orb. Hell yeah. Okay, boss, but what if it's a 10-foot tall Nissa? That's not happening at a commander table, okay? That's after. That's after. I also hate enchantments because you can't hate creatures and I'm an artifact player. Real, Mishi. I hate you because I hate artifacts too. No, I don't. But I hate you. Danny, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Coyote, we will see if time allows. An issue I've been dealing with the past couple weeks is I'm having tremendously bad neck and jaw pain, and so I've been trying to schedule as few people as possible per stream already. And basically anytime somebody can't make it, that is very good for me because I am pushing it enough as it is. But if these decks are quickies, then perhaps. How do you get the decks you roast? From Ko-Fi, my friend. Give me 3 mana Sorin or give me death. Okay. If that's what you really want. We can do this. We can do this, IDK the Spy. Because you're not getting that fucking 3 mana Sorin. I tell you that much for free. Unlucky, they say. DMZ, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, side note, thanks for rating Dot. It was really fun, and watching her lose her gourd was amusing. Awesome. I'm glad I could bring a little bit of joy. Then Stormblast is a personal question, which I think perhaps this is the last one we will answer, if Stormblast is quick on the keys. What's up, DPM? Hey Maul, what's your favorite place to take Z out, or favorite food type if you don't want to ruin your hotspot? Our favorite places is like a steakhouse. I think the times we've gone out for, you know, very special, expensive meal, it has always been a steakhouse. We both love a very, very well-cooked steak over most other things. The thing we do most often for more like regular mini dates or outings is to go to bakeries and try different places croissants and shit. Is this still? Oh, we got you earlier. Okay. God bless, Stormblast. Hey, Mauld, why am I not getting notifications that you're live? Legitimate... Okay. Well, DMC gets shit on. We gotta plug myself really quick. Hold on. Oh, I have to go to... God damn it. I can't... Hold on. So let me pull up I'm a Cutie Pie's muted stream for reference. So following me on Twitch is not enough to actually know if I'm live. If you follow me on Twitch, I will show up in your like followed channels over here. if you want to know when I'm live, you do have to hit the stupid fucking bell. I do my best to not plug like, oh, turn the bell on, turn notifications on. But if you genuinely do want to know when I'm going to be live next, this is the button that does it. There's also, in our Discord, we have a role for being a supporter where you will get a ping every time I post a new TikTok and every time I go live on Twitch. So if you're in the Discord, there's a channel called Shill Moment, which is a like siloed opt-in channel that will ping you when content's getting posted. And so that's another way you can do it. And then you can mute the rest of that Discord, but only unmute that channel if you don't want to listen to everybody else yelling all the time. So those are the two ways, but just following doesn't do it. Mom, get your 50 channel points. Sure, give me my channel points. I'm willing your mouse cursor onto the knock button. Hey, perhaps one day I will be famous enough that I could ask I'm a Cutie Pie to do a collab with me, and he would just like yell random stuff as I inted. Slapdash Prime, thank you for the random smasher pass. Pass. I don't like the expression here. He's not invested emotionally. Okay, I think that's at long last enough vamping. Yeo Akroll, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Oh yeah, and DMC, I care. Hit that bell or you're not a true goon. Like, comment, survive. Thank you, DMC, for that contribution to the dog pile, of which you remain on the top. Okay. So today, first up, we have DMC, who has sent us a spooky, scary deck. Under improvements, they wrote, the deck is perfect, and I am allowing you the chance to witness it, peasant. Beautiful. These thops kill cops. Hell yeah. See primer section for full primer. Made up number. Who needs EDH rec when you have Scryfall? This deck is an upgraded version of a build-your-own precon I did on stream. I love designing decks based on a gimmick, but when I saw Pia Nalar, I thought, damn, that probably just works, huh? I wanted to build a deck that has no real gimmick per se, but something that just has a real solid base to it while still being fun to play. Curve's incredibly responsible. The goal is to keep a constant stream of exile spells coming in. We can have an explosive turn, but most of what we want to do is spend 3 turns setting up an engine, and then turn 4 or 5 churning out multiple thopters a turn. The deck is not for cowards that shy away from combat. Be aggressive, kill early, do not be kind, do not be fair. The deck was originally designed for Bracket 2 by not including game changers, but it was quickly apparent that Bracket 2 could not handle the sauce. Deck has a really solid rate in Bracket 3. It's not quite a 4, but sometimes you can hang with them. I'm presuming if they have a stack war and shoot each other. Deck honks. Why the fuck is equal treatment here? Yeah, we're skipping the PhD thesis. Let's see what you played. Girl. We this hard up for an exile spell? This is the engine? This is the used Honda Civic? We are driving to the Gladiator Arena? Alright. 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 Center Soul. At least this can protect our commander. Here's the engine! Here's the engine, gang. We found it. Alright, emerge unscathed. Okay, I like the protection. Oh my fucking god, I love Discover. I love Discover. Throes of Chaos, Cascade, Retrace, fucking anything. My life for a card from Exile. Hell yeah. First spell from Exile having Cascade. Alright, that's hot. That's hot. And then this probably works pretty well. We love Rebound. We do love Rebound. Radicalize more bots. Yeah, more thoppies. More thoppies. Ooh, yeah, that's probably fucked up. Yeah, that's definitely fucked up. Ramp. I love you, right? I love you. I sign off on a lot of shit on stream in the name of like, hey, I believe you. Hey, Boros aggro, you got it. The tapped rocks for this. I'm gonna just mentally stack up some potential cuts. But yeah, like these are good. We want to have a lot of stuff that we can play if we exile it off the top. Rest in piss. Let them know. Beautiful. Let them know. Yeah, Tormod's Crypt also great. Give him the Brian Thompson treatment. Boros Charm, Day of Judgment. Excellent. Excellent. On a land, so I will forgive it. On a land, so I will forgive it. Ooh, requisition rate is really, really hot. Holy shit, that's evil. Oh, that's evil, and I'm about to put it in every fucking deck I play. Just a good card. Yeah, this way, hey, this way we can turn 1 tutor our Fire Diamond. Mutual aid, side benefits. Okay. I believe in all of these. I don't think any of these we can question as bad picks. Power to the people, I'm people. Alright, this is all of our ways to stack up damage. Good. You have shared animosity. Perfect. Oh god, tempered steel is so fucking disgusting. This one's just for me. I can see. I think this is more of a little cutie wooty card than anything else, but yeah, I can see it. The Revolution will not be cast from my hand. So we can turn a Thopter into an exiled card, which can make a new Thopter. Sure. It's Curious George's other cousin, Useless Peter. Clap, everybody. Okay, I don't mind that. This is probably very good. They also call him Declare No Block Barry. Yeah. Oh my god. Pauper quality cards. Fucking beautiful. And then we also have Jessica's Will. We have Junktown. Light Up the Stage, very real. I think Mishra's is real. Incredibly good. 36 lands, not very many, but our curve's very, very low. Give me one sec. Okay. Oh, Revolution Engines. Dracosaur's fucked up and evil. Party Thrasher is fucked up and evil. Visions of Phyrexia. Reasonable. I'm not going to say fucked up and evil, but like downright reasonable. Wild Wasteland, hot as hell for this deck. So there is a very small number of stuff that of things I don't like here. The tags are all perfect. I think the places you are putting energy are all perfect. My criticisms are thus. I believe that free spell stapled to card is not good enough on its own to be worth playing. I think free spells stapled to mediocre card, fine. Free spell stapled to good card, where we want to be. Free spell stapled to dog shit bad card. I feel like I believe I can find something that will be better than that. So like the target creature gaining protection, I believe in these. These are very, very like normal and okay cards, and if we get a free exile cast stapled to them, I will accept it. Oh, let's get this fucking revolution started. Yes. Yes. Immediately, yes. Perfect curve for it too. This is beautiful. So in here, I don't believe in Blossoming Calm. I don't super believe in Atali's Favor. I believe in Throes of Chaos only because it is reusable. Cascade as a general thing, I don't think is that great, but being able to cascade every single turn, yeah. Look at assemble the players with that. It lets me cheat it. Dance. Oh, it's the look at the top card of your library at any time. Yeah. That's pretty fucking good. If anybody deserves to cheat at gambling, it is Boros aggro. I want to hate that. Be like, oh no, Stinky, let fate decide. But also, you're running Blossoming Calm. Maybe we need to take the reins a little bit. Zoria, would Cascade Rebound not work better here? The thing about that is Cascade Rebound gets you 2. Cascade Retrace is typically like as many times as I have lands, I get to do this over and over again. So that lets Throes of Chaos be in case of emergency, I am going to reach into my graveyard and get the thing back. Rebound will be like, I do it once, I do it the next turn, job done. So from this section, I question Blossoming Calm. I question Atali's Favor. From Ramp, no. No. This is, we have to, if we just want like a rock that we can play from exile, we can find that, and it probably doesn't have to enter tapped, and our curve is so low that I refuse to believe we're this screwed on pips. Yeah, like at minimum we could just do Felwar Stone. This is Manic Pixie Dream Deck behavior. So 2 more cuts, the diamonds. Now the diamonds we can't be like straight up cut because we're probably just going to swap them for other mana rocks, but we can get better ones in here. Rest in Pissed is based, and I will not be changing this. I like Split Up for an aggro deck. I No to this one, but it's a direct swap. Let me find it. Yeah, Hour of Reckoning is just your Wrath of God here. Oh no, there's another one. There's another one that does what I want. There's another Convoke one that's like destroy all creatures except for ones that share a creature type with the thing that convoked this card. Maybe everything comes to dust. Yeah, everything comes to dust. So either of those two, I think, are just better than Day of Judgment. I understand you wanted to put, or I'm going to assume, which is a bad move at all times, but I'm going to predict that you put this in case. I used to have Hour of Reckoning, but it always screwed me. Did it screw you because there were other token players, or did it screw you because you couldn't cast it? Both. Okay. In the case of other token players, I will submit to you everything comes to dust to save thopters rather than save tokens. In terms of not being able to cast it, like, I feel like most times Day of Judgment comes up, you can cast it, and you just don't wanna. Like, you'd rather... For 4 mana, we would rather try to hit, like... For 4 mana, we're probably trying to hit one player if we have 4 mana available to us on our turn. If we have more than 4 mana, we want to hit everybody that's not us. Oh, this will hit the Thopters because it hits all artifact. Okay, so maybe Battle of Bywater instead. What is our banner density? Power to the people on people. We do run a very real risk of getting over Battle of Bywater. Okay, so we're kind of non-bowing ourselves 8 different ways. Hi, baby. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's great. We have split up Stormblast. I feel like this fucks us 9 times out of 10. I mean, that is a ton of banners, but we do need all the banners because we're trying to kill people with mosquitoes. The mosquitoes need solidarity. Maybe this works. Even if we're running into other token players, we're probably not running into too many other token artifact players. Oh, that would be funny. A very funny banner would be Graz. This would be a goddamn great power toughness booster. Because we do have a lot of things that are like, 1 at a time, 2 at a time. What if they were just fucking 5/3s die? But he is 8. We're never casting that man. Yeah, 8 mana, Boros aggro. And we're attempting to gamble at some point. We could do Crescendo at War if DMC, you like to play commander games when you have dental appointments to get to 20 minutes after the commander game starts. Crescendo takes too long to wind up? That's not true. Do you think this reads on your upkeep? You play this next turn, it's +4/+0. Because I read it as on your upkeep, and I was like, oh yeah, this is really, really slow. But this is like turn 4, turn 5, like whatever turn you play this, when you untap, your thopters have +4, +0. It's everyone's, but it benefits everyone else more than me before it gets to my turn. Right, but isn't the goal you want... I feel like it benefiting everybody else before it benefits you is true. It benefiting everyone else more than it benefits you is a distinct lie when you are the one with flyers. Like, I don't think we care that everybody else gets to swing around before this, because you are the most likely to be able to swing without getting blocked. Like if I had 4 thopters and I had this in my hand, I would play this and I would just not swing, because my thopters are going to get benefits for blocking. And if they don't remove it, I can hold up a scary enough board state that they're not going to want to swing into me. And then I untap, and I have 20 fucking damage to put. And that's if I resolve 0 additional thopters. Like, I think it's... I understand how it can feel like a sort of combo breaker on your tempo, because it would incentivize you to take a turn off attacking, but the benefit you get for taking 1 turn of holding back is you have lethal like 3 fucking turns sooner than you otherwise would have. Especially because thopters have haste, and so if you make any new thopters the turn after you play this, okay, in the playtest, I'm going to, at random, change your banners out with Crescendo of War. And that's how we're going to check it. Re-ink, if you Tef Pro'd yourself, this would fuck it, because this card would phase out and would not get strife counters. And then other things I'm not a huge believer in. I am not a big believer in turn a body into a new thopter, because that to me is like most times a 1-to-1 replacement. Like perhaps if we're playing a bracket 4 game with stupid Sid and that's a bad name, but if we're playing a bracket 4 game with people with no understanding of tactics, I fully believe in this. But Clockwork Percussionist by himself really just says nobody blocks this guy. It's a chump blocker, which isn't nothing. For the most part, he says nobody blocks this guy. Turning our thopters into cards at a rate of 1 thopter per card, I don't super like. Those are in here if we get bogged down into late game and we start getting harder up for more cards. If they're here for late game saves, that is when we should begin experimenting with the dangerous art of having things that cost 4 or more mana. If you tell me, don't worry guys, back's against the wall, I'm gonna get killed, I need to refill my hand, I will play a 1 mana 1/1. I start to believe in it even less. Like, I understand that we don't want to lose anything to exile. There is a limit at which we want the card to be playable and not just I played it from exile. Like Duchess, phenomenal. Embrace the Unknown, phenomenal. Experimental Synthesizer, I think acceptable. But I think this is the one that's right on the line, because it will give a new exile just off of ETB. We don't have to do anything extra or force our opponents to misplay to get anything off of this. Dark Dweller Oracle, we have to do something that's like not the best. If we could if these two if we always drew these two cards together, I'd believe in those two more. God, these two next to each other is just so funny. They should both be in the deck, but going like, ah, yes, I will play Experimental Synthesizer and exile. Ooh, Jessica's Will. That's way fucking better than what I was doing. No time. Rose is in the deck. They got Rose already. Also not a massive believer in Unlucky Witness. I think he reads, hey, nobody blocks me, or I am a chump blocker. I think it is useful to have upside on your chump blockers. I would rather play a better exile card than this guy. Like, I would rather just... because we aren't running Glimpse the Impossible, which is another thing that I think would be useful to us, because they end up in our graveyard anyway, so it's not like they're gone forever if we hit any of the retrace cards. Playing Witness from exile gives me 2 1/1s for 1 mana. The sentence that makes you think it's a good card is the sentence that makes me think it's a bad card, and it is the same sentence. For 1 mana, I can get 2 1/1s. We don't want to ping. Let's just see how it goes, because see, and here we drew them together. It's fine. It's fine because we drew them together. I will Unlucky Witness. I will play Pia Nalar. And see, it's just awkward because now I'm waiting all these turns to set up where I will be able to use it on the turn I exile them. So I sack this guy. I exile 2. Look at that. The card we wanted. We played Jessica's Will. So we float like, I'll say 5 red. 1, 2, 3. Play Shared Animosity. We're up to 2 Thopters at this point because we're on the Jessica's Will cast and the Shared Animosity cast. We have 2 red still floating. I probably would have kept a white up if I was smart casting the Jessica's Will. So I will say... I think Selfless Spirit is more important to have on board than Boros Charm is to get this one time. So I get a 3rd Thopter. I get to swing. And they get... so they all get +2/+0. So we have 3... so we have 9 damage swinging turn 4. Not bad. And now we're in the, like, I have this shit-ass mana rock in hand that I can't turn into anything. I can turn a Thopter into hopefully 1 additional Thopter. So I'll use... no. I will use the colorless mana. I will attempt to turn a Thopter into something crazy. I shoot myself in the foot to distract from the pain of exiling Blossoming Calm. I cast Blossoming Calm. I get 2 life. I replace my Thopter. This will at least rebound. I play Patchwork Banner. Thopters are all 2/2s. So now I swing 12 damage instead of 9. Hell yeah. Oh, it won't rebound, have to be cast from hand. I cast myself into the fires. I... Woof. I'm sacking Mind Stone to... Good. That's what I like to see. I reveal a mountain from my hand. I'm so happy. Okay. I will get rid of my protection. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I will retroactively have not played this land so I can play Junktown. I get a Thopter. On the next person's end step, I kill this fucking land to get 3 junk tokens to power my next turn. Alright, so Duchess is good. But I will... I mean, 3 junk tokens should just make us win. I play a Thopter. I play a land, which gets me a Thopter. And I have another Thopter from casting it. And I play Tempered Steel. And now motherfuckers die. It is turn 7. But motherfuckers are definitely dead. Because we have 4 4s with shared animosity. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So everything gets 7, 7. So these Thopters are 11 4s. We have 11 4 Thopters, which is pretty dope. I hate this man with my whole heart. God. Not useless Tony. Alright, we have another thing we can't use. So this is bottoming 1. I mean, we keep this and we bottom 1. But, like, holy fuck, do I hate useless Tony. I play this man, nobody blocks him. I play Party Thrash. No, I just play Pia. Dope. Jessica's will. I care not about useless Tony. I'll even say, you know what? You have 6 mana. It all goes to Chamil. We get a Thopter. I leave Unlucky Witness in exile where he fucking belongs. And we get to discover 5. I'll blow up somebody's land to get a new Thopter. Hell yeah. And then I probably just Wild Wasteland at this point. We discover 5, which Chamil should hold the game together for us. We get to cast Ren's Resolve, makes us a Thopter. We get to exile these 2 buttholes. Now we have Rose. Instead of the draw step on our next turn, we do that. Do the untaps manually. I only have 4 mana available, so I can get multiple things or I can get Rose. I kind of think Rose is... I think junk tokens are much better than I gave them credit for. We're not doing Party Thrasher first. If we do Party... No. If we do Party Thrasher first, we don't get the Jessica's Will. Hush. Hush. You reserve the right to tell me whatever you want about piloting your deck, and I reserve the right to pilot your deck correctly when I desire to. And then... Now I'm not even going to do it correctly. Now I'm not going to play anything. Alright, so... This playtest, it is beginning to work. It is fairly obvious. There are a couple engines in this deck that are significantly, significantly better than any of the other ones, which is not that surprising in a Boros list because Boros has like 10 good cards total. I fucking hate this guy. And I fucking hate this guy. Seeing them in action has only reinforced that they are very, very bad, and you have like game action derangement syndrome that's tricking you into believing that they're good. The first thing I want to look at is other things that can give us junk, which is probably not very much because we got one set where that was relevant. Alright, so on damage, make a junk. On a grounded creature that is a 1-2, absolutely the fuck not. Okay, we have Junk Jet that makes a junk on ETB. Legitimately, I like this more than Useless Tony. This is better than Useless Tony. Unquestionably. We have light up the stage already. Is it good? No. Is it better than Useless Tony? Everything is. Oh, if only they gave us more cards like this. Okay, so things I think can go fuck themselves. Blossoming Calm, Atali's Favor, both the diamonds. The diamonds hurt every time we saw them. I think if we want more... If we want rocks, rocks is fine. Rock must be untapped. So you can replace that with just like literally at random. We can do Felwar Stone. I am not totally convinced on Passionate Archaeologist. No, our spell damage is very, very little, and we're all in on pumping the Thopters. This will give us a little bit of chip damage. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, there's a considering list. Okay. Then let's pull... Oh, Jesus, 31. Bring a friend. Free spell stapled to card. Very possible. These are very possible, but we're so in on Impulse Draw, it's very risky. Call forth the Tempest. It's nice that it's double Cascade. It is unlikely to hit for very much. Oh yeah, we do this. Oh yeah, fuck Useless Tony. We were sitting on Ensnared by the Mara. Yeah, because this is either we get a bunch of damage off or we get 3 Thopters for 4 mana. Yeah, kill Tony right now. I see what you're thinking here, and I agree with them being in considering. Another instance of I see what we're cooking with all of these, and probably not. Okay, mutual aid. I'm a definite no on all the ETBs. I think you are 100% correct to be focusing on mosquitoes kill people rather than I ping you. I also need to catch up on YouTube super chats. DPM, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that generosity. Should I go full toxic and make a Zergo Helm Smasher World Slayer Land Destruction deck, or is that just going to get me beat up in the car park? DPM, you shouldn't do that. It's not even going to get you beat up in the car park. It's just going to lead to everybody looking at you being like, did you enjoy that? We didn't. Like, Zergo World Slayer, funny sentence, bad deck. Does not lead to interesting commander games, just leads to everybody being like, Why'd you shit in the water park, Dan? Then Dale, thank you for the $2 super chat. And then Crescendo of War. I also, oh yeah, Crescendo of War. Immediately. Any banner. We are fine replacing literally any banner with Crescendo of War. To Craptacular, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I do like Loshiel. Who do I like Loshiel more than? I like Loshiel more than Dark Dweller Oracle. Most definitely. Like, I realize the dream is to chain into 3 to 4 exile spellcasts a turn. But I think both playtests at this point got saved by Jeska's Will. And if we don't get Jeska's Will, holy fuck does it feel so bad. I think if we want this to be bracket 3, Imperial Recruiter is probably the way to go, because we can grab Breya's Apprentice. We're probably grabbing like Loyal Apprentice instead. I don't think we have any of these. We can't grab Rose because the game hates us. We could grab Professional Facebreaker. So I believe in Recruiter over anything. If we want to play this in bracket 3, then yeah, we should be tutoring for the engines that matter, because holy fuck do they matter. So we get Pia. Thopter. Synthesizer. Exile. Tutor. Artifact or enchantment. World at War. Thopter. There's probably a better target than World at War, but I don't give a fuck. I'm picking World at War. End of my turn, get a new Thopter. I play Crescendo of War instead of this tremendously terrible card. Or, well, no, it was Wild Wasteland. I don't know why I think this is called World at War, but that's what I always think it's called. So I draw that. I play that. I've mucked up something in this playtest, but frankly, I do not care. Next turn, I exile 2 things. I play this. I play Crescendo of War. I have 6 Thopters now. I untap. Crescendo of War has 4 strife counters on it. So these are now 5 1s. Sorry, 6 1s. These are now 6 1s because of Crescendo at War. We exile these 2 things. We equal treatment just to make a new Thopter. Hell yeah, Chameel moment. I think we probably wouldn't have done that, actually. We would have just... Because I don't have any other mana sources, right? No. Yeah, so rather than making that additional Thopter, we would have just used the extra combat spell in our hand, and then 36 damage twice. And we beat everybody to death. Yeah, you're legally not allowed to contest Crescendo of War anymore. I think we have Intangible Virtue, yeah. This has to be the highest rate of chat suggesting cards that we just been had in the deck. Safara Sky's Blade, too much of a meme? Yeah, way too much. We are actually not that confident in our ability to get 4 thopters. Did I miss the illustrious Wanderglyph? I think too expensive. If this made a thopter specifically, yes. We have a number of kindred synergies, but because it makes a gnome and not a thopter, this is 5 mana tempered steel. Mojo, I'm aware, but they're not thopters. Yeah, is Recruiter... Well, is it... I don't know if it's a question of if Recruiter is better than Imperial, or if we just run both. Because Recruiter can get Rose, which is one of the... I think the best card, like the best single card our deck can resolve engine-wise. So yeah, I think if we are accepting that this is going to be bracket 3, an easy swap for Dark Dweller Oracle is Recruiter of the Guard, where instead of playing a like pretty rough, like our back has to be against the wall for us to be happy about playing Dark Dweller Oracle, we instead play Recruiter of the Guard, and we get one of these engines that is actually really, really good for us. And same for Clockwork Percussionist. This just becomes Imperial Recruiter, and it gets us something that we are really, really happy with, like Loyal Apprentice, to give us constant thopter generation, or where's that other little shithead? Come back here. Where's the little lizard man? Could have sworn he was in... Oh, Party Thrasher. Yeah. Or we get this guy. Both of those seem incredibly, incredibly good for the deck, and I think the deck is definitely good, and the deck definitely hangs at 3, and I can see how it hangs at 4. I think it is good enough that it is time to cut ties with the truly, truly not good cards in favor of what if I could go get a good card when we have already bitten the tutor bullet. Porcelain Gallery, I believe, is too expensive for this. I actually hate this less, seeing that Dollmaker's Shop is only 2. We don't give a fuck about toys, but what we give a fuck about is we have something we can play from exile. Like, we have a mana cost that we can cast for a reasonable amount when we are trying to exile our entire deck, and then we can just save the 6 mana thing for when we have it, and then that converts any reasonable number of thopters into an instant kill. So that's actually hot. This is like Moonshaker, but holy fuck, I can play it on curve. I worry about the deck losing all personality. DMC, I am going to submit to you that you don't have to worry about that, because the deck does not have personality as it stands. You have personality, which is why you came up with these funny tags. Clockwork Percussionist has no personality. This is an inanimate monkey that does not transmit any type of emotion to your opponents other than, oh wow, I'm so glad they wasted their first turn playing a bad card. These types of workhorse decks, if we just don't have... Like, the closest thing this deck has to a personality is I play from exile, which is not a personality, it is a mechanical synergy. Like, you just pilot personality. You just pilot personality this, which is what you're already doing, even if you don't realize it. If you think the deck has personality, congratulations. You're fun to play with as a person. Because this thing is like... This was a well-built, fresh out of the factory Dodge 4x4 truck. That is the extent of its personality. You have a lot of cards in here that are functional and useful, and you have some parts that are old and rusty. But even if you don't want to bite down on the tutor bullet totally, which again, we kind of already are with Enlightened Tutor, but if we don't want to bite down on it totally, we can at minimum do things like Dollmaker's Shop. I would probably recommend... Are any of these junk cards playable? Like, Junk Jet is a bad card that I think is not as bad as Clockwork Percussionist. So if we want to keep it on... If we want to keep it on, like, bad card, but do cute thing that helps, Junk Jet can swap out for Clockwork Percussionist, and this will at least do the thing you want it to do on entry, rather than on death, which is harder to force. You can also do Dollmaker's Shop, which is going to be a very, very good late game banner, and has a low enough room cost that you can play it on this extremely efficient exile curve. So these are two swaps I would wholeheartedly recommend if you don't want to put the tutors in. If you want to put the tutors in, put Recruiter of the Guard and Imperial Recruiter in. And then, holy fuck, kill Fire Diamond with hammers. Putting in Fire Diamond when you had access to Felwar Stone is hot topic behavior, and we will not allow it. I think Charred Foyer is too expensive. It is a mana dump if we have truly nothing to... Yeah, 4 mana for the 1 is... Ugh. Although Is it worse than Visions of Phyrexia? Or is this... This might be a lateral trade. This might be a lateral trade for Visions of Phyrexia. The Power Stones, I think, are like... They're probably not going to help us that much because our deck is so curve efficient anyway. Like, we're not building up to a big artifact bomb at any point. And any of the big stuff we want to cast, we're not going to really save. Yeah, I would at least try a couple games where you do Charred Foyer instead of Visions of Phyrexia, because this at least has additional upside and the floor roughly equal. I think the Flux is too slow. 4 mana to not... Oh, well, I guess, never mind. I just recommended something that was 4 mana and not get anything until next turn. Maybe try this instead. Well, DMC, now hold on. If we say Flux is way too slow, the floor of Flux is this, which we put in the deck. So this is Visions of Phyrexia, but on ETB, I get to shoot something. And then it's 4 turns of exile the top card of my library, which is just indistinguishable from Visions of Phyrexia. And then you get a big mana payoff if it's taken 4 turns and you haven't been able to do anything. I actually think that's better. In the context of how fast your deck wants to go, like it terminating in 6 mana, if it's been 4 turns and we still need the exile engine, I start to get worried. And 6 red mana can help pay for dance. It can help pay to like drop Rose and then try to exile Storm out that way. We do not play Possibility Storm. That is disgusting. What about Kate Sith? So this would be another Visions of Phyrexia type thing. Scry 1 is not, I think, okay. In the tier list that we are apparently making to determine the one lateral trade on Visions of Phyrexia, I think my ranking is the Flux is actually the best. Then it's Kate Sith, because we get Scry 1 and Exile. Well, actually, Kate Sith is moving down because we exile the card in combat, which means if it's a land, we can't get a Thopter from it. That's gonna Vine Boom the cat. So I think it goes the Flux, then Charred Foyer, then Visions of Phyrexia, then Kate Sith. We can still play it second main, so it's still viable, but this deck wants to be running pretty quickly. Not being able to make the Thopters pre-combat is very meaningful. And then, unfortunately, Tavern Brawler does probably fucking clear all of these for just being a 3-mana version instead of 4-mana. Because, like, Pia's cheap. We can play this the turn after Pia, and then the engine is just put together. If they shoot Pia, we can go Pia, this, Pia again. So I'm glad we had that 10 minutes of discussion about Visions of Phyrexia specifically. Just play Tavern Brawler. Fuck me. I don't think this is good enough. I'm not convinced on this. I don't think the payoffs are good enough for us to be dumping mana. Because the downside of rooms is we want to be able to play them from exile, but on turns after we've played them, we're now making the choice between, do I unlock a room or do I play something else from exile? Yeah, if we could do this multiple times, if we had the tools to lock this room and reopen it, maybe. I think Tavern Brawler just clears for this slot. Like, I think there's a solid contest between Visions of Phyrexia, Charred Foyer, the Flux, and Kate Sith. I think it is no contest Tavern Brawler better than all of them. Count on Luck you could play if you put as much thought into the land base as you obviously did into the rest of the deck. But the 3 red pips you are definitely not getting. For sure. For sure not happening. Not happening in a reasonable time frame. So would not recommend. Yeah, we're not doing Graz because Graz is 8. I genuinely thought Graz was 5 mana when I pulled him up earlier in the stream. Him being 8, we just don't have the, we can't write those checks. Yeah, extremely loud incorrect buzzer. We just gotta, I just keep staring at these guys and I want to kill them with hammers, dude. I hate these two. I hate these two. I hate these two. I hate these two. I think you swap those for either the tutors we talked about or the little cute things that do something on ETB we talked about. We get Tavern Brawler for Visions of Phyrexia. And that will improve the deck a little bit, but this is good. This kills people. It does it in a reasonable time span. It has a meaningful way to get card advantage that most decks fail to get, and it has a little bit of hate. We considered plot for one big thopter turn. I doubt there are any plot cards that are relevant to the plan, but that is quite a cute idea, so I will at least scryfall it. Wow, these are really bad. These plot cards, we could, hey, DMC, you want the deck to have personality? How about we get you a pet Wolverine? How about we get you a quite bad card? Demonic Ruckus has a very cool art, and that is tempered by the extremely, extremely bad words they put on the card. Oh, fucking woof, dude. Yeah, so these are quite bad. I do not believe that you should play any of these if you want the deck to have personality, and we are defining personality as I play cards that are bad. Irascible Wolverine can at least be used. Highway Robbery can at least be used. You could probably do something with Pyretic Charge, but the curves on these, the tempos on these, absolute no. Going to end terribly. Slick Shot Show Off is like a thopter on meth. Yes, this card is great if you get everybody to agree to starting the game at 15 life. If we rule 0, everybody starts at 8 life, best card in the deck. Suspend and Foretell, definitely going to be too slow for this. But yeah, if you wanted to make a bracket 2 Pia deck, I think you build it around like plot. And that's how we get it down to bracket 2. Where it is, I think we have a few tight upgrades. Deck as it is, fucking honks. You definitely got bit by the game actions brainworm instead of the good game actions brainworm, which I'm going to try to bite you with. So, not EDH rec. Not EDH rec, but definitely workhorse, right? The gimmick of this deck is I play magic cards and they kill you, which is a good gimmick to have. We need more decks in the world that are just willing to beat somebody to death. The tag game, 10 out of 10. I think there are a few adjustments you can make to make it a little bit tighter, though. Varen MTG, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And then we're going to hit a manual ad break, and then it's time for Dr. Crab's crab creation. No, Darebrained. Would you like to go this Wednesday? Say yes or no in the chat. I'm going to go get more water. gang. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. Thanks for the roast. I'm glad I could prove to you I can make an actual functional deck LMAO. You did. And you also proved to me that nobody can save Blossoming fucking Calm. Slight Coyote, thank you for the 15 bits. I don't know what this deal is, but I appreciate the money. And then Jim13, thank you for the 200 bits. Share. Jensenator, thank you for the 15 bits. Welcome to the Dogpile, one and all. So now it's time. It's time for a little tradition we have on this stream. You see, it's not all about love. It's not all about making decks that play the game we all enjoy. Once a month or once every other month, if they're broke, I sit down with my good friend Dr. Crab and they torture me. They make a deck designed in every possible way to not work. They take a part of the commander, a part of the color that just doesn't do it. And by it, I mean anything. And they focus on that. They find a way to make it still do something that plays the game, although... Oh, the mic's whining? That's a sign of what's to come. The mic whining is a sign of what's to come. Dr. Crab is the Norm Macdonald to my healthy adult brain. All they say is nonsensical bullshit that shouldn't be funny and shouldn't work with a straight face, and they hope that it does. And this month, Crab has sent in a new deck. This is spooky. Is it? Hold on. No, it's silly. I was on the wrong tab. Primer. Not written yet. Will email later. At no point did I receive an email. We're starting off good. We're starting off correct. Teysa, but I get to make jokes normally only Simic players do. In March, we had an Aristocrats Yuriko deck, so this month we've got a Teysa Karlov deck that's not Aristocrats. Instead, we are going to be relying on her usually ignored second ability and going all in on Incubator tokens. Crab score not available due to the fact that you all collectively hallucinated this fucking scale. No primer. Excellent. So the joke is breeding pool. Good. So what are we playing around? Creature tokens have vigilance and lifelink. Okay. A bit unlike you, Crab. This is a good line of text. This is going to work. Orzhov tokens? How daring. How fucking daring. No shame in using toys. Great. Your preferred toy is a little man who's embezzling from a local community? That's how we roll? A Dr. Evil mini-me who works in local bureaucracy? Great. Also raccoons. Love it. Accelerating the breeding kink. Alright, on combat damage, transform an incubator. Reasonable. Whenever a resource an opponent controls, I presume this does not matter. So we sack 3 creatures. Kind of sounds like fucking aristocracy, dog. To transform them, incubate 2 5 times, transform, incubate tokens. Okay, meaningful. Progenitor Exarch, X cost, incubate 3 X times. On ETB, transform an incubator, a sorcery to incubate and transform, or blow something up and incubate. Going in raw. I'm deeply disappointed. Cover of Darkness. We can give them fear. Okay, so we can make them difficult to block. Putting a breeding kink in your breeding kink. We have doublers. I get it. I get it. I no longer get it. But for a moment, I almost did. Incubation station. So we have Blight Titan. So these are just all things that incubate. Let's do a tour of how bad these cards are. So on death, incubate X, X's power. It is also a sack outlet, not beating the aristocracy allegations for a moment. A 4-mana 3/4 that when you cast a Phyrexian or an artifact, you incubate X. That probably helps. Sack to incubate 3. On ETB, incubate 2. Then exile something. Its controller incubates X, where X is its mana value. So we're going to like incubate our own 5-mana guy. Alright, Gift of Completion, incubate 3. Death, a 5-mana 4/3 that makes a 3/3 when it dies. Holy draft shaft, bro. A 6-mana 5/5 that incubates 3 on death. Okay, incubate 2 on ETB. Incubate 4 on ETB. Incubate 2 on ETB. Fucked up, actually good card. When you cast targets incubate 2. It's a shame I can't put breeding pool in here. I would let you put breeding pool in here just to fail to find. That would be a great joke. Touching my cards in front of the whole table. All right. Actually normal. Unfortunately normal card draw section. They didn't have a safe word. A very small amount of removal. So real of you. Teysa, Size Queen Karlov. Fine. 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 Okay. I realize you don't want help, but I'm going to try and help you anyway. There are a fair number of ETBs in here. As much as I do not want you to be able to add in another pun to the Teysa Karlov sex deck, I think you should be flickering. I'm not going to tell you what to tag that section, but I do think when it comes to how do I incubate meaningfully, flickering Blight Titan is infinitely more useful than casting Injected Defector. Like, so not only do the death triggers legitimately make me want to begin side-eyeing you about the aristocrat strategy, I realize it's not an aristocrat's deck. But a big part of your previous pursuits has been, not only am I going to focus on a part of the deck that I'm not supposed to, I am going to actively non-bow other parts of the deck. So you having death triggers does actually play into the whole commander. If we cut all the death triggers, does that not deepen the bit? If we cut the death triggers for flicker and we make our incubate tokens via flickering shit like Gift of Completion, Essence of Orthodoxy, is that not more in the spirit of your particular brand of dementia? Oh no, how shall we make a sex joke about pulling out and going back in? Right, like there's a lot of ways we can do it, and If I recommend Philia a third time, I am going to summon Elk Boy, but I do think Philia is usable here. Let me count up the ETBs for me to be sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh. No. Oh God, I'm not as sure. 6.5. This doesn't really incubate, it just transforms. Can Philia hit? At least Philia can hit our enchantments. Oh God, but only 6 ETB incubates? That's so much fucking worse. Holy shit. Do we have more of these that we can work with? Please say yes. 7 cards. We have all of them in the deck. All right. 20 cards in the entire fucking game that do this. Ugh. Okay. Okay, Crab. I just want to see you fail. I just want to look you in the eyes as you fail. And I'm not even gonna be able to do that. Alright, so unsurprisingly, your commander deck sucks, tokens are however quite good, and Soul Ring is however quite good. We have done nothing with incubation. We have done something with I fucking Soul Ring into Elspeth. The next turn... So we can give Death Touch. We can tick this up again. And we just have a big old board of fuckos. Now we play Teysa. Draw. We're holding up 2 mana. No incubator tokens in sight, by the way. We can, at this point, our only hope to save the gimmick of the deck would be to excise the imperfect on our own Elspeth. The thing we should actually do is 0 Elspeth, put counters on all these guys. Yeah, so they become 3/3s with flying, vigilance, and lifelink. And then we actually start pressuring the game. Fuck it, I choose Soldier, dog. Fuck Phyrexian. I have a bunch of 4/4s with Vigilance and Lifelink that are gonna go win the game for me now. Crab, I think I have to fail you. I think I have to fail. Not like I always fail you intellectually, but I think I have to fail you on the gimmick itself because I think we are in a morph situation where they just don't let you incubate enough to build a real deck around it. Cause like this is the deck. This is the actual deck, is holy fuck, please let me draw Elspeth. Holy fuck, please let me create any type of token that is not an incubator token, because those actually do something. If we had... Oh, we could try plugging it with populate, but I think no matter what we do, we're going to run into the same situation where the stuff we do to support the deck, oh, they'd be 0/0s because incubate's all about counters, and when you make copies of them, you get them without the counters. Oh, doubling doesn't even work. So Elspeth is not only stealing our strategy, it's non-bowing our strategy. Oh, doubling does work. Okay. So making a copy does not, doubling does. Regardless, I feel like we end up in a situation where the things we are doing to support the gimmick will invariably take over the gimmick because the gimmick is so bad and the archetype is so good. Like, Orzhov tokens, incredibly strong. Incubator tokens, incredibly bad. And so anything we do to try to prop them up, they are like the one member of the family that has polio and everybody else is playing in the NBA. You can carry them with the other stuff, but I don't know if we can get a like legitimate flavor execution, or you might have to go, it might just not be possible in Orzhov. Or it might not be possible in Teysa Karlov specifically, because I know you're trying to do like most popular commander in each color pairing and subvert them. It may genuinely not be possible to subvert this in a way that matters because tokens is so deeply supported and incubate is so deeply terrible. Like, we can go again and see how bad it is when we focus on the actual incubation station. Like, we turn 2, we get idle, we turn 3, get fucking this guy. City of Brass in our near bracket 1 token deck. Play Teysa. No, we'd play Mondrak. Turn 5. We incubate something and we draw. Thank God. We play this and we drop fucking, I don't know, Steel Overseer. We have 1 incubator token. Next turn. Oh, we have 2 because we have Mondrak out. So we use this, sack 1 token, make 2 more tokens. We're cooking with fucking gasolina now. Marsh Flats, this just taps for land. Who gives a fuck? I flip whoever I can. These are 2 2s or 3 3s. They're tremendously bad. And then I think we spend every turn repeating, I sack 1 token to incubate 3 with a different token. I use Idol of Oblivion to draw me a card. And Teysa just like barely has to enter in the equation. I mean, now actually we have the mana that instead of sacking an incubator token, we could sack this guy and we would just be net positive 2. But holy fuck, this is so bad. Holy God. I think the worst thing about this deck is I could see somebody building it in total good faith and believing it worked because they put their whole bussy into trying to make incubator tokens good. And then they just get stomped out their first commander night with it. I don't think you can save this. I condemn this to the plague pit. We have to set this deck on fire. It does something. It does do something. It's not unplayable. But the best things about the deck are the generic good token cards, unfortunately. And yeah, I think you could make... I want to be so clear to the audience right now. Crab's not doing this because they want an incubate deck. They're doing this because they want an offensively bad Teysa Karlov deck. And this was their chosen method. And I think peak for Crab is they can... Sometimes they do split the uprights, and we're like, wow, this is offensively bad, and I might actually lose to this. And holy fuck, that would make me so angry. Like, Crab's decks are designed to give the people who play against them ego death. They are not designed to be like, oh, I'm such a smart Johnny deck builder. But I think in this case, you know, you have a Mondrak deck. We've got a Mondrak deck where once upon a time, or eventually, I might drop Teysa Karlov. But I think Teysa is just too good. So I'm gonna put you down here in the other corner, and I'm gonna say, with love, some dumbass will make a short about this. Within the next 6 months, some content creator will be like, 60-second deck tech, Teysa Karlov incubator, and they will present this as a totally functional thing that you can do and will be a fun flavor deck. And that is one more soul in your little coin purse, Dr. Crab. What's up, Skinny? Oh, Ariette took over. New mommy in town. Damn. Damn, Teysa Karlov dead on the fucking roadside. This one seems so straightforward. I would legitimately like defy you to subvert this, because auras are just good. Like, yeah, you could do Voltron, but that's kind of already half of what we're doing. Oh, thank you, baby.
Of course, I love you.
I love you. But Crab, good attempt. Good attempt. You almost stuck the landing. But not Elish Norn. Elspeth was there to ruin your fucking day. But good try. Pending Platypus hit me with that personal question. And then Elikman and Verwish hit me with those rant requests, my friend. Do I like guns? I don't have, like, strong feelings about them. They're neat, but I don't, like, go out and shoot on the range particularly often. But I don't dislike them. Old Rutstein for a rant. We don't do individual commander cards for rants. So you may select something else. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna update the Rant point redeem, since this is like, I think everybody's first rant when they come into stream. Okay, Rant has been updated to reflect that it cannot be an individual magic card. You almost stuck the landing, but Elspeth was there to fuck up your day, is I think word for word how trying to make incubate tokens worked out for Elish Norin in the story. Oh, holy shit. Have we hit like overflow error and we have circled back to a flavor win? We kind of did it. We kind of did it. Elspeth ruins the deck just like she did in the lore. We're so back. We're so back. Elspeth fucks up our bit is actually spot on how incubate tokens should go. I don't have celebratory vine boom. I need celebratory vine boom. Crabs on top again. Yeah, we fucking Gandhi'd it. Rat Colony, do you think Cleopatra exiled Pharaoh as legendary mommy kindred is a good idea? I want to dismiss you out of hand as being too horny and also a bad deck builder. Based on the art I've seen out of WotC, there are almost certainly enough legendary, conventionally attractive women to make a commander deck with. I think with decks like that, the most important thing is having a win con. You cannot just do, here's all my mommies, because if you just do, here's all my mommies, I have no idea how I win. I just talk about how hot I think they are. That is funny the first time, and it gets very weird very quickly. It almost immediately, like among close friends, if you use raunchy humor a lot, you might have some staying power to it, but like, think about how funny it would be if you yelled come randomly. You might get a shock value laugh the first time. You might even get them to laugh the second time. If it's with people you know, maybe that can be a good recurring bit. If it's with people you don't know, the 18th time you yell come in the middle of the commander game, they're gonna call security. So you almost certainly can do it. Cleopatra is a good enough commander. Golgari has access to more than enough conventionally attractive feminine characters, but you gotta pick how do they win. Build backwards from there rather than building upwards from how do I mommy max, which is I hate that I got an engineering degree to say that sentence on the internet today. All right, next we have Moran, and then we have Gag Bomb. Moran and Gag Bomb, are you both here? A friend had a Najeela deck that followed that theme, all women with dyed hair, etc., but in 5 colors it killed surprisingly quick. Yeah, Najeela's busted as fuck. Yes, I'm here for my mandated engagement farm. Perfect. And then Elegman's rant about why wizards prints cool mechanics like plot and incubate and yet refuses to either print a sufficient quantity of cards to support that mechanic as an oops all keyword and keyword accessories deck, or just makes all of them bad. It's nonsense. IMO. Couple reasons for this. It's different for plot versus incubate. Plot is actually incredibly fragile. It's super easy to overtune anything that lets you cast stuff for free. I think they actually did a pretty good job of balancing that for draft without making it like immediately take over a bunch of other formats. Anytime you go, hey, we'll give you something that's manaless, even if it involves investing mana in it, it is always an incredibly slippery slope between it being like, oh, this is so weak, I don't even want to play it in Commander, I don't want to play it in Legacy, and being like, oh, this is the best card Magic's ever printed. For Incubate, yeah, they just left that one to rot, and I think that's typically because they try to print enough in each set to test it out in draft, and then they'll come back to it in the future. I genuinely think Wizards thinks about this game on a much longer time scale than we do. And so right now we might have people be like, oh man, it sucks that I can't build a 2-color oops all Incubate deck, when you could definitely do like a 3-color Abzan. You can for sure incubate the fuck out of some Abzan stuff. It's not every color combination needs to be able to do everything, and in fact every color combination being able to do everything effectively would be boring. Stuff being limited to, okay, if you want to do this effectively, you have to mix and match this many different colors, or if you want to do this effectively, go fuck yourself. Those are important barriers to make the game interesting, to make the game feel dynamic. And we don't have blocks anymore to develop mechanics long term, but I would not be surprised if we got the mechanics later. Like, Wizards doesn't want to... Wizards has to be able to engagement farm us. They can't make the game complete, because if they do, there's no more game to develop. They have to, like, trickle... They have to trickle all the mechanics down to us. We gotta wait for that shit. Oh god. Okay. Skinny. Skinny, thank you for donating $500 on Ko-Fi to jump the line for your deck roast. Moran, I am sorry to say you're going to have to go back in the chute for about 20 minutes. As I update the Mango Money Moment Hall of Fame. Skinny666, thank you incredibly kindly. Please post your horrific creation either into Dear Maldhound or email it to maldhound@gmail.com. Absolutely fucked up. Thank you very much. And go fuck yourself. It's happened again. What is this in my tea? I don't know, but who cares? Goons cannot be trusted with money. I agree with that, but I can be trusted with your money. Okay, let me go to my email and we'll begin waiting for this. Mr. Ninja 1234, thank you for the 3 months in a row at tier 1, my friend. Please keep this $5 safe. I can't be trusted. I'll do so, buddy. I appreciate your generosity. DMC, thank you for the 100 bits. I just realized chat didn't get 3 strikes from my deck because they kept suggesting cards that were already there. Yeah, they just kept being like, what about this? Have it. What about this? Have it. What about this? Considering. Hey, Mald, come! Perfect. Oh, depend. I just missed it. That happens because I'm kind of an idiot. But I am the boss, so you must defer to me. Please just repost the rant, and we'll do it now, as we wait for Skinny's deck to come through. Vindicus, more people should go for some tea. Tea's fucking awesome. It's on Discord. Beautiful. Just asking if you prefer dragons or tokens and why. I broadly prefer neither, although if I was forced at gunpoint to pick one, I would have to pick dragons because I do have a dragons deck that I love very much, which is my Niv Mizzet deck. I love Niv Mizzet. But between dragons and tokens generally, I don't like either of them because of the same problem we saw with Crab's deck. Dragons and tokens as archetypes are so well supported with so much like generic good stuff, it feels almost impossible to insert any personality into the deck. You try and you're just like, well, I mean, I probably should play Miram if I'm in bracket 2. And if I'm trying to do bracket 3 or 4, I should probably do some type of dragon combo line, or just like flop Dracogenesis on the board and win immediately. Like, you can restrict it a little bit, but most of the time, if you do tokens, if you do dragons, it's just like, yeah, my personality is I play good Magic cards. And then after that, I have a difficult time being an interesting pilot of them because I am so bored playing the deck. They just don't have interesting play patterns to me. Yes, Tiamat and the Immaculate Five, I like that one. Hey Mauled, question. How much do you script for videos when talking about something that wasn't just a thing on stream? Do you mean like Commander roast, or do you mean like what videos are we talking about? Because I film many thing. Film many thing. Talk lot, yes. We have Skinny's deck up. Oh, you're going to hell. You're going straight to hell, Skinny. Okay, that's just a tea leaf. Like your discussion of the bracket system, that video looked like it was mostly, if not all, scripted, but I've been wrong before. So for the stuff that I script, it is both 100% scripted and about 50% non-scripted. What I mean by that is the bracket system commander video, most of the deck roast, the way those will happen is I will script them start to finish. I think writing the script for the commander bracket system video took 2 to 3 hours, done. Filming the commander bracket system video took 12 hours of non-stop shooting. I started filming it at like 8 p.m. and I went to bed at 10 a.m. the next day, having finally finished putting it together. And that was because every time I film anything, no matter how short or how long it is, I get a complete or nearly complete script, and then I ad-lib the fuck out of it. So like, I don't remember which parts of the bracket system video were ad-libs and which part were parts of the original script, but I will get the full script, and then the funniest parts, the most engaging parts, they are always parts where I go, actually those words don't sound as good out loud as I thought they did. I'm going to replace them with a fart noise or a kazoo noise. And that will happen in Commander Roast, that will happen in the That will happened in the bracket video. It will happen in any future videos I do. It's part of why I don't produce as many videos as I like, because I'll make a script I like, and scripting a video for me is like the first 10% of getting a video made. And then the middle 60%, not the middle 60, half the video is me attempting to get through the script without replacing every goddamn word with something else. And then the last 40% is me editing it, doing like engagement zooms, making sure the timing's right. It will be Alec. I've put a lot of the whiteboard videos on hold to try to get my skit game up. DPM, thank you for the $2 super chat. Rant, LGS Zoomers not playing enough spot removal. I'm going to do that after Skinny's deck because we got shit to do. Let the Cold War begin. Simple plan. Step 1, get something that doubles damage. Wrong. Step 2, someone does some amount of damage. Step 3, send that damage back at someone at 4 times the power and blow them to hell and back. If no one makes a move, burn the board and redirect to face. Themed on the Cold War loosely. Alright, so we have a Jeskai deck based around damage redirection. We have an Aikido deck. Assets. Just a good card. So this looks like mostly card draw. That's kind of cute. 5 mana for a combat trick is deep silly, but kind of cute. Norin of the Third Path is reasonable. I like Memory Deluge. New way forward. Next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent it. When damage is prevented this way, deals that much damage to the source's controller and you draw that many cards. So we have infinite mana, huh? Are we house ruling some green into this deck? Because this curve already looks like a goddamn cliff. This is just a land. Oh fuck, good card, okay. Playable card. We have a reasonable number of lands. A lot of mana rocks. I like to see that on top of land number. Anti-nuke defense system. Alright, damage dealt to you is dealt to equipped creature, presumably Donna Noble or the second Doctor. And we're trying to disincentivize people from attacking us. Okay. Disinformation campaign. I like that. ETB, during the declare attacker's step, choose target player and any number of target attacking creatures their opponents control. Those creatures are now attacking that player. Take the bait. Cast this during an opponent's combat. Prevent combat damage that would be dealt to you. Untap everything. Goad them. Extra combat phase. Nuclear warhead delivery mechanism. Prevent damage. We can redirect it to a creature. Prevent damage. Redirect it to a creature. But if it's a non-creature, we get to hit the controller. I'm presuming this is the card that made all of the bell jingle noises in your head and made you want to build the entire deck around it. Boros Reckoner, quite cute. Brash Taunter. Okay. What worries me about the deck is it seems like we have spent half of our cards going, please, please, please don't hit me. One of those is our commander. So we have command zone, please, please, please do not hit me. We then have half of our deck, well, not half of our deck, but we have a lot of our deck going, please, please, please hit me as hard as physically possible, such that I can redirect this damage to somebody else, such that 2 of the cards in my 99 can double it to turn this shit into Vegas. And on top of that, to achieve most of this, we have to hold up 4 or more mana every single turn. Now, I see from the message, we want to make it for Gen Pop. I highly disagree with this for Gen Pop on theme alone. For Gen Pop, a really important consideration is respecting the escalation curve. Rebel has talked about this in a video I did not watch and therefore cannot be plagiarizing, but I might be butchering her thesis right now. I've touched on it in a video I did about control. People want to feel like the game is constantly progressing and escalating. You are not stopping the game from escalating, but we're doing very, very little to progress it. We're kind of standing in the corner, wiggling around naked, going, bet you won't hit me. Bet you won't hit me. Bet you won't hit me. Bet you won't. Bet you won't. And then the gimmick is that you have C4 inside your asshole that you will throw at them. I don't think we have to, Eris, I don't think we have to worry about what happens if somebody's playing combo. This looks like it's very much playing bracket 2, bracket 3 below where we are playing combo. Doing the minimal to escalate while doing the minimum to escalate while daring mutually assured destruction is full-on Cold War theme success. That is true, and that is actually a really good point about how successfully executing your theme doesn't always mean the deck is great. So the nukes. When something's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to each creature player. Deal a bunch of damage to each creature. Okay. I hate that I am going to help you, but I am going to help you. Like manna from heaven. I hereby upgrade all of your nuclear weapons. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Ah yes, the Cold War, something everyone involved was notoriously very happy to be involved in. Right, like that's the thing, is I could make a deck where it was themed around me farting in your mouth and nobody would have a good time. It's where people start, Alec Man, but not every deck needs to have like a hard answer to combo. So let's play test it and see how accurately we are executing the plan as it stands. We have a ton of lands, which is not actually that bad considering how expensive our deck is. 2 or more opponents, so I'll mana rock. I will start the Cold War. I will begin incentivizing people to not attack me. I get to draw a card on end step. That's dope. I play another land. I hit. So immediately we run into the problem, which is incredibly thematic for the Cold War and also makes me very sad, which is ideally we want to be developing our board state. Our commander is incentivizing people to not attack us, which means this is kind of dead. If people are taking the card, then we're not taking damage, which means New Way Forward is useless. We also want to begin committing to the board with things like Wrathful Red Dragon. However, because of Second Doctor, like everyone's going to take the card. Nobody's going to attack us. This guy's not blocking. he's not redirecting damage. We do still dare the mutually assured destruction, but like we've done the flavor so well that we've prevented the gameplay. And now we have... I think we've focused too much on the cold and not enough on the war. So we're hitting our land drops, which is good. We have a good number of lands. We could play Donna Noble, which does effectively nothing, because so long as we have the second Doctor, deck no worky. So we can play Donna Noble, and we can tutor for... We don't have City on Fire, which... Massive Vine Boom. More mana from Heaven. But we will get Furnace of Wrath to at least have a doubler. So we tutor that to top. End of turn, we get to draw a card again. We've given people a lot of cards. We have no method of controlling the board. And we also don't ramp quickly enough to hold up the mana to do the very clever things we want to do while still doing meaningful things to advance the game. If we... Like, we could not commit Donna Noble here. And if we don't commit Donna Noble, then we can hold up our mana to Arc Bond something. So on somebody else's turn, they don't attack us, but somebody attacks somebody. We put Arc Bond on the thing blocking the biggest creature possible. I will be extremely, extremely charitable. Well, we wouldn't even want to do this because we don't have Furnace of Wrath. But if we did, maybe we hit Galta. This board wipes us. And we get to spread around 5 additional damage. On our next turn, we hit another land drop. We can hold up a ton of... Let's see. We have 7 mana. So we cannot drop Furnace of Wrath and hold up any of our very, very clever combat tricks because we really desperately want to have green. So we probably don't play anything. Well, actually, no. Everybody's just been board wiped because we fucking galted everybody. So we just Furnace of Wrath. We leave mana up to not do anything, but people don't know that. We play Clifftop Retreat. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to you and planeswalkers you control. Right. So another redirector. And now I think we get to do the thing the deck wants to do, which is look like a very, very juicy target and then redirect damage with a doubler in play. I can see and appreciate that vision. I think the worst thing about this vision is what ruins many, many visions, which is the white man. I think this guy, not only does he not help very much, this guy actively just demolishes what this deck is trying to do. He is a card draw engine, which is not nothing. I had more doublers initially, but they were only increasing my damage and not other people's damage. Furnace and Dictate were the only 2 symmetrical doubler. I put the enchantment tutors in to compensate as that thought process wrong. That thought process isn't necessarily wrong. I think what's geeking the deck up more than anything is that we are simultaneously trying to deter people from hitting us and trick them into hitting us. A lot of our boing whips, not a lot, but enough of our boing whips are focused on damage being dealt to us, which means as long as we are in a defensive stance, they are blank cards that do nothing. And so things would... And now that is thematic to the Cold War, but it is not thematic to having fun at an LGS. Because we spend a lot of turns with cards in hand that we aren't allowed to use. And so we could still do Jeskai, but even if we do Jeskai, you either have to never ever cast this guy, or we swap him for a different commander that is more applicable to what we want to do. I'm trying to think of how do we successfully split the uprights of I want to make everybody bristle. I want them to want to attack but also be afraid of it. Maybe the best way to put it is if we base a deck perfectly on the Cold War, what happened in the Cold War? We spent decades with a lot of people being very unhappy and worried, and nothing cool happened. Perhaps the best question is, why do we want that to be what our deck is based on? If we base a deck on maybe an alternate universe Cold War where the gimmick is we do actually blow up, right, we were nearly threatened with nuclear annihilation, but in the end, it didn't happen. We spent I don't know how long the Cold War lasted. We spent many, many years under the threat of an incredibly bad time, and because of the threat of that incredibly bad time, we spent a very long time having a pretty bad time. And then it all just kind of ended in a unsatisfying way. I do not believe that is what we super want to base a commander deck off of. Monarchy and Initiative would be a good reason to attack us, but it isn't very flavorful. I actually think Monarchy is quite flavorful for this. Like, it's not King of England Monarchy, but a lot of the Cold War was fighting to be the predominant world superpower. So the inspiration for the deck was an old standard deck. Oh, no. No, immediately no. Okay, old standard deck with Deflecting Palm and Dictate, flinging 20 damage back at the Polukranos players. The Cold War theme just sort of evolved from there. Okay, so flatly, standard decks do not translate to Commander. I don't know how many total decks I have looked at as a part of deck roasting in total. But I do know that I have seen double-digit decks that are based around, this was my favorite deck in X 1v1 format. I have tried to bring it to Commander. They are all terrible garbage failures. The worst failure is Lantern Control. The ones that fail least are like mono red aggro, because that at least exists in Commander. It's just bad. So what we can do is we can try to preserve the flavor of that, but it's going to be a very, very bad deck, and I do not believe it's going to work in the method that it's currently being executed. I think if we want it to work, rather than having all of these delivery mechanisms, we need to start incentivizing attacks. We also have to change the commander, but I will leave that to you specifically. We need to begin bringing in things like Coveted Jewel, like the quartz, stuff that is going to make people go, damn, I gotta swing at somebody. Because the Cold War theme is something I think we've backed ourselves into after recognizing, hey, this deck kind of convinces everyone to not do anything. What real life event is that like? And at that point, Vine Boom should have been going off in your head. So I think we do Coveted Jewel. And then you can look at... You probably can't utilize Court of Ardenvale. You probably can't... You probably can utilize Court of Embereth because this will pressure everybody. You can definitely use Court of Grace. And then we weep openly. Court of Ire is a maybe, but a probably not. This is strike one. I believe the whole point of this deck is to have somebody attack us directly so that we can boing flip the damage. Alexios Deimos of Cosmos. Yeah, Badgers, you took it back before I could issue you a strike. But no, this is not going to work. Yeah, we could do like contested game ball, but we have to do things that are going to... Nope. Slicer is going to be strike 2. Oh yeah, we could use Goblin Diplomats. This definitely holds this definitely hits the Cold War strategy and does exactly what we want to do. Goblin Spy Master is great for this. Yeah, I think Strixhaven Stadium is also a good way to trick people into hitting us. But yeah, like if we don't have a lot of stuff in here to convince people that we have to die, it's unlikely that we're going to get them to wind up a really big swing to then boing flip. Yeah, Fumiko could work for this. Gideon's Sacrifice will work if we double down on... Alright, so let's just go through this, and I'm going to issue cuts for things that I don't think serve the vibe of this deck. I do not think the second Doctor does. I do not think Take the Bait does. I do not think Illusionist's Gambit does. I do not think Channel Harm does. Oh, well, no. Channel Harm... I mean, Channel Harm boing flips to one of our own creatures. So Channel Harm is maybe on theme, but way too fucking expensive. Okay. These are all roughly fine. And then I think we get rid of... I think we get rid of these board wipes. We don't have enough indestructibility on our creatures for these board wipes to be like an engine for us to propagate a lot of damage through. I think we do have to go for like, I'm going to build up a board, I'm going to force you to hit me, and then that board is going to boing whip you to death. So I think all of the X things that just hit every creature should go in favor of either the quartz or the jewels. Jesus Christ. So the problem with Bedlam is sometimes we do just want to force people to run into we do want to force people to run into our Brash Taunter or run into our Boros Reckoner. Like, we don't always want to have to rely on I Deflecting Palm or I New Way Forward or I Comeuppance or whatever. And Bedlam prevents us from ever using Brash Taunter as they were designed to be used. Yeah, do this. Yeah, do this. Just get punched. Yeah, you Brash Taunter and you Trove of Temptation, and I think that is how... Like, you either get to chump block with Brash Taunter or with one of your things that reflects damage, or you let the attack through when they have Galta, and then you Deflecting Palm, and then they die. Slight Coyote, thank you for the 100 bits. Wind Shaper Planetar can also force people to hit you. I think 5 mana is too much to be holding up just for the alley-oop. I think 4 mana is the limit. Because we have to hold up 4 mana, and then we also have to hold up one of these Deflecting Palm ass effects. Like, we can't be, if I merely get to 10 mana, I can Windshaper Planetar and then reflect damage. Drag Queen in Space, thank you for the 6 months in a row with a Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. But yeah, I don't hate the attempt, but I do think this was trying to translate standard to commander is really, really hard and really does not work good. And this is a perfect example of why no work good. All of the little pieces in standard where you can make them hyper reliable and always pull off the thing you want to do become very unlikely in commander, and this is a deck that just never wants to establish its own advantage. Sheldon has a deck called Stop Hitting Yourself that you could look at. Eris, I got to play that deck at a convention where one of my friends was like, "Oh, I built all of Sheldon's lists that he had published, and I'm lending them out to people to play with." I really disliked the play pattern that deck created. I think that deck is a lovely memory of an era of Commander that is truly just no longer with us. And I think this deck is going to fall into the same problem. So if we are playing this deck in a speakeasy where everybody is from 2008 Commander, it's a lot of fun. And I would love to return to that era of Commander. But it was just like, it hurt to try to navigate a game of Commander where other people were trying to do things that had been published in the last decade, and I was trying to navigate like light mine array or like light field array or something like that, some type of double caltrops effect. So Skinny, I like the attempt. I am putting you in Pepperidge Farm jail because you remember your standard deck with great love, and I think if you want to convert it, you have to recognize Commander players as bitches. It takes them some convincing to do a big swing out. If you get lucky, you might find a Stompy player that just wants to turn your ass into combat damage triggers, but if we want this to work, we have to kill this old white man, and we need to fill the deck with the family jewels. That will convince people to attack us. This will get a game of Gen Pop off to the races, and then we can try to set up this silly little deflecting palm shit. Alias MTG, thank you for the 100-bit cheer to power that hype train, my friend. I appreciate you. Jello Sloth, hit me with that personal question. We're going to do a manual ad break, and then Norin, it's your time, my friend. Oh, we have a considering the fifth Doctor. I think fifth Doctor manages this much better. This guy, this white man instead, yeah. The Hawkmeister, thank you for the Prime sub for the 6th month in a row. You can ask about a broad deck idea. I will just give very, very limited advice and will not dissect individual card choices. But I do believe, Skinny, you can one-to-one swap, who is it, 2nd Doctor for 5th Doctor, and this will give you that type of Cold War feeling of like, I'm just not going to do anything and wait, and passively escalate, and eventually you're going to have to attack me before I grow too strong, and then I will deflecting palm you. And I think that is funny, I think that works, and I think that builds towards a meaningful conclusion. That will be A+. Corona Goad? I think that's bad. Stop hitting yourself as a backup. No. My prediction on that deck is a solid like 3 out of 10. in terms of how satisfying it would be to play, to pilot or to play against. Miracle on YouTube, there are 3 ways to get your deck reviewed. Those 3 ways are to get into the free roast raffle stream on Twitch, purchase a commission via Ko-Fi, or, as Skinny just did, spend $500 live. Yes, as MLP said, jumping through 1 million burning radioactive hoops for 1 Skittle is what I think of Corona Goad. I know Kenrith is cringe, but I think I had made for a decent deck since you can use excess mana on counters or draw. It would probably work. I think it would just be difficult to navigate in Gen Pop. There's the positive of everybody would try to hit you because you're running goddamn Kenrith. And then the negative is, I think Kenrith to me feels condescending for a game plan like this. If you use Kenrith for something that bad, I think everybody playing with you is just like, well, if you win, of course you won, you're playing fucking Kenrith. And it's, which is not scientific or a hard rule or anything like that. But it just kind of feels like bringing a shotgun to T-ball to intimidate the pitcher. Did I miss the part where we can submit requests for political rants? I mean, you didn't miss any part, but that's always been a thing. Piggledy420, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Then we have Alias MTG's rant request. What are your thoughts on modal spells conceptually and their presence or lack thereof in modern EDH? I love them. When I saw Riku of the Many Paths, I immediately wanted to build the deck and was immediately confronted with how fucking bad, well, not bad, but how night and day modal spells are. There are a bunch of modal spells where they're either crazy fucking good and probably every deck should run them, or very, very extremely mid. There's like incredibly fucked up and good blue card. Incredibly fucked up and good. Wow, modal spells are so cool. More people should probably be running this one. And then there's applied biomancy. Rayomax007, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Welcome to the dog home. And so it's kind of tough to find a place where modal spells feel like they are being highlighted by your commander rather than just, oh, you played the good modal spells. Oh, you played dog shit. Like, you have to do so much heavy lifting to make applied biomancy good. And you have to do none to make Sublime Epiphany good. So it's just tough. I love them, but it's tough to navigate them. What are your thoughts on Trump smuggling 17 cartel members into the U.S.? The only thing that surprises me about that is that it was only 17. Let's see what Google's AI summary has for us. Beautiful. I'm really glad we're deporting as many people as possible except for the cartel members. Isn't that fucking cool and sick? That's awesome, right? I'm glad. Yeah. I'm I just don't understand how anybody can read the news and not even read editorial pieces or read anything that has any type of spin on it, but just read the facts of the things that happen day to day and still believe that this guy is out to serve justice or is out to improve the country in any way, shape, or form. Because he also just took a bribe from, I can't remember the country, but they like gave him a presidential jet. Qatar. Yeah. Qatar gave him a free jet for Air Force One, which is not a jet. Air Force One is a goddamn mobile command center for the entire United States. And we took one from another country that we've not always had the best relations with and gone, yeah, this probably isn't bugged. It's just... a jet he can't even use because it will take years to get it set up to Air Force One standards. If you think it not being up to standard will stop them from using it as Air Force One and leaking a bunch of state secrets, I admire your optimism. Atrax is chosen. Thank you for the 100-bit cheer because they are mindless cattle that will believe anything a person with any bit of power says. Yeah, it's... Wait, there's secrets left to leak? Also true. They're probably making up secrets to try to sell them to other countries. Dear Maldhound, I have an Ezio Auditore deck and would love to know your opinion on it. Rayomax, you got 3 ways to do that. Free raffle stream beginning of each month, commission on Ko-Fi, $500 right now. But I'm very glad you have a deck that you love. And DPM, thank you for the $1 cheer on YouTube, my friend. I appreciate that contribution to the dog home. Yes, Eris, the roasts are same price next month. Yeah, I will eventually. But yeah, this shit is exhausting. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I just... I am trying very hard to still hold on to the belief that the people who support him have humanity or sentience, because I think it is not productive in a you can't de-radicalize people that you have dehumanized, is the better way to say it. I'm just going to try to speak off the dome and more from the heart. If you want people to change, if you want them to open their minds, to be curious about their world and actually learn things for themselves instead of being dictated to by a fascist, it's very difficult to navigate those conversations if you go, oh, well, they're sheep. That's one of the main reasons that the fascists always attempt to dehumanize the outgroups, whether those are racial minorities, whether those are people of a certain class, whether those are people of a certain sexual orientation. It's always about dehumanizing them, because dehumanizing them is the first step to preventing a constructive conversation from occurring. And I am positioned in such a spot where I have a legitimate chance of having constructive conversations with these people. I've had conversations with people like this before because of my role as Z-list internet personality Jonathan T. Maldhound. But God, I read shit like this, and it's so hard to hold on to the belief that these people could eat soup without choking. Because you have everybody who 4 to 8 years ago, the right respected and held up and revered, and now today you have a bunch of people yelling about conspiracy theories, jerking off their boyfriends in public movie theaters with children around, and these people are now the heroes of the right. And I just can't, my mind cannot comprehend how you listen to them and there's no part of your brain that goes, maybe this isn't all correct. My single favorite thing about the more recent Delta Green source books is that we have to be low-key on this mission because having to inform the current presidency that Delta Green and that the mythos type shit exists would cause the masquerade to instantly shatter because 30 seconds later it'd be on Truth Social. That's fucking ridiculous. Dare Brian, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. I am often very frustrated by others who are similarly left-leaning to myself because rather than trying to convince those they disagree with, they shame and attack them, and oh shucks, they don't want to listen to them. I understand the rage that we are all feeling, and once it goes from conversation to argument, many of them, it was never a conversation. They were speaking in bad faith to try to turn it into an argument from minute one. But once it hard transitions from conversation to argument, all that can happen is you getting less happy from that point. The only thing that can come of those conversations is that you say something you don't mean because you are worked up now. That's kind of what the right has a patent on, but everybody can do it. That is not limited to one political leaning. And it's just so difficult to navigate. What if the only reason you see the weird Republicans is because that's who the media is trying to champion as the only portrayal of them? The media is certainly attempting to perpetuate the belief that most Americans are much further apart politically than they actually are. I am not referring to media portrayal of Republicans. I am referring to the professed Republicans that I have had to personally interact with as a person on the internet that anybody can just speak to, and the people I've had to ban from my Discord. They're, because again, the Republicans that the media is talking about, I don't feel the same type of urge to I have to hold on to the belief that they are sapient, because those people, the very, very far right people, are universally acting in bad faith. But it's... But as soon as the words come out of your mouth yeah, I think this is some good shit what's happening right now, but I'm not crazy like those weirdos the news talks about, the lines get pretty blurry. You know? We can disagree about more esoteric policy all day long, but Roe v. Wade's getting overturned. This guy is currently trying and is currently failing, but is still pushing back on suspending habeas corpus. That's a thing. That's some shit I thought the Republicans got crazy boners about. The Constitution. That's supposed to get y'all G'd up instantly. And here Trump is like, yeah, we're going to attempt to twist the wording of an 18th century, late 18th century, it was like 1798, late 18th century law to suspend due process. Do you know an argument that got thrown out by this, or I don't think it was necessarily thrown out, but you know an argument Amy Coney Barrett? Is it Coney? Hold on. I know it's ACB and I know it's Barrett. Hold on. Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett. Do you know what she, who is a conservative Catholic, do you know an argument she had to bitch out the Trump administration about? They were trying to argue that for immigrants people they were attempting to deport, who they had denied due process, they said we should be able to force these people to sue us one by one. They should not be allowed to take collective action at us. I forget the exact type of injunction they were arguing for, but they were arguing for a process in which every single person they deport unlawfully should have to sue them one by one and have their situations overturned one by one. Because the administration knows if they deport 100,000 people, and 100,000 people who have no money and got dumped into an El Salvadorian prison have to try to sue the US government one by one, they're probably not going to be pretty fucking successful. And the Supreme Court justices said, this is a ridiculous thing you are trying to do. And they even said the reason you are attempting to argue this part of the injunction and not the lawfulness of the deportations is because you know it would get thrown out instantly. So again, I sympathize heavily with not liking the last 8 years of American policy. I can understand being like, my life got worse. I'm mad about that. I would definitely want to talk more about the facts of that situation and what led to it rather than just blame it on Joe Biden, but I can sympathize with like COVID put me in a really hard time. Joe Biden's presidency didn't get me out of it. He doesn't seem like a strong leader. That all makes me very, very worried. I can look that in the face and be like, that's a very human thing to feel. We can talk about that. To look at the argument that we should be able to suspend the Constitution and that the people we have suspended the Constitution against should have no recourse other than to sue the government by themselves. I just can't see eye to eye with any part of that. Like, they're trying to cut birthright citizenship, which has been a cornerstone of this country since it was fucking founded. So I think what I'm trying to say is there's stuff that has led us here where I can empathize with dissatisfaction. I heavily disagree with anybody who gathered up all of that dissatisfaction and voted for Trump on the basis of, I think he's telling the truth this time, or on the basis of how bad could it be. We're currently finding out how bad it could fucking be. But I cannot empathize with people who are looking at the types of policies they're trying to enact and the types of legal arguments they're trying to concoct right now and be like, yes, this is a good thing. This is a good thing that is positive for the country and will help my personal life. It's just... like, RFK is still talking about the deep state when he is the deep state. He's in charge of it. What's the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and he's talking about the deep state when he's the guy at the top. Atrax is chosen. Thank you for the 100-bit cheer. You've reminded me I need to get high as fuck, my good friend. Indeed. This rant has turned into a tangent that has gone on for a good long while. So, Norin, are you here and ready to get ripped up over something much less offensive than politics? Hell yes, Norin. We will no longer be looking at Amy Coney Barrett's face. We will look we're going back to politics, dog. Okay. I have given you two options. You can either A, take the combat damage, or B, let me have my ETB effect again. It's obviously a Rush B red deck, so it will fold to removal, but hopefully it can stand back up quickly enough for that to not matter. Alright, listen, dog. I'm gonna walk with you, right? I want to see you succeed. One of the greatest deck builders I have ever known is Veggie Wagon of Decked Out. Bro is diabolical, okay? He lives his life in the lab. He is cooking meth and he is turning it into cardboard. I've seen him try to build a Norin deck. He told me about it very excitedly, and I asked him, so how good is it? And he said no. He said no. So let me see how you've done. We have a 1-mana commander who cannot block, but whenever anything we control, this Norin, dog, it was this Norin. Whenever a creature we control becomes blocked, you may exile it. You may play it this turn. So I see the vision. We want to attack, and if they block it, we're not going to lose it. We just get the ETB effect again. So what are the ETB effects? We can steal 1 instant or sorcery from an opponent's graveyard. Bro, the Claire's is never going to know what hit him when we knock him over for these ear piercings, bro. Life of the party. Okay, on ETB, if it's not a token, each opponent creates a token that's a copy of it. That one's actually good. I believe in that one. Outpost Siege. 1 damage on leaving the battlefield. Panharmonicon. 2 instants and sorceries that are color fixed. We've got them! Alright, on ETB and Upkeep, choose a player, exile a random instant or sorcery, copy it, you can free cast it. Could be meaningful if we play against people who play very good instants and sorceries and we live to turn 6. Extra damage. No. Sulfim. If we are on a ton of pingers, maybe. Sure. Attack trigger. Alright. Make more goblins. ETB ping. I believe in that. Sure. Krenko's probably better than anything else this deck can do, so sure. It really fucking non-bows with what your commander wants to do, but sure. Okay, ETB card draw. Lovely. Cast from exile. Sure, Araxa, if we can just dump our whole thing. Combat. So when we get blocked, we can hit somebody for 1. We can give stuff haste. We can get a combat damage effect. That's not meaningless. At the end of each combat, destroy all creatures that block. This is a really good way to incentivize people to not block you. It is a May, Darebrained. Six mana +1/+1. Can't. How far have we fallen? 6 mana +1. Alright, so this is just generic advantage stuff. Nemesis Mask. Okay, so that can be another way to get the things we want through if we give this to Norin. Draw. Good. You definitely need a ton of card advantage if this deck is going to have any hope. I'm not going to totally exhaust how good these draw engines are, but yeah. Mana... Alright, you little liar. So you're not lying, but this is not the most truthful tag I have seen in my entire life. So we have some of the worst. 4 mana, get a basic. Removal. Okay, clever. I like this. Treason effect into exile it with Norin. That's clever. Sure. It removes stuff. And then we can deal 5 damage. And then we have... Oh, God. Oh, why? Alright, and then we can potentially make more treasures. Alright, ETB damage. Good. This is what's going to hold the entire deck together. We definitely need every one of these. Alright, so... I do kind of believe in... I play a Norin deck, but instead of tokens, I kill you with ETBs from you blocking my shit, and then Norin exiling them all. So let's see how it goes. Turn 1, we get to Norin. I'm going to use a City's Blessing token for damage we've gotten to spread around. Turn 2. I play Grenzo. I will... Turn 2, we get a hit through. I trust you. We get a hit through. We've applied 2 damage. We will not have any meaningful instants or sorceries to get rid of. I will Ruby Medallion. Turn 3... maybe we goaded their creature so Grenzo can get through somewhere. Norin might not be able to. We go up to 4 damage. We exile Norin. We replay him from exile. We're happy. Who cares? Turn 4. We have dealt an average of 1 damage a turn. Panharmonicon. Pass. Hazoret's Monument. Direfleet Daredevil. We fizzle the trigger just to discard draw. Immortal Sun. Surely victory is nigh. And we've tapped out for this each time. But we get to draw 2 now. We get to draw 2 now. We pay 1 life to draw a card. We pay 2 mana to play Tome of Legends. And we use the page counter to draw a card. All right. It's turn 8. Nobody has been mean to us all game, but it is finally time for us to begin being mean to them. We have something we can do. We can play Visions of Phyrexia first. This is only 2 red because of Immortal Sun, Ruby Medallion. We can play Fanatic of Mogus for 2 mana as well. And now we will double Fanatic of Mogus's ETB effect. Our devotion to red is 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Turn 8. We deal 14 damage to everybody. That's 42 points of damage. Awesome. We definitely didn't die. What's that you say? We only had a bunch of 2/2s on board for 7 turns in a commander game? No, we're probably alive. Next turn, we swing this at somebody. If we pick a literate opponent, this card reads, don't block this. Do we have the mana? I believe we do. Excellent. We don't care if it reads don't block this. We spend 2 mana to play this, 3 to equip it. Now you must block me. Mwahahaha. And then I replay for 2 with my combined cost reducers. I ping everybody for 14 again. Alright. So that's something. So I think we have bad deck, good combos within extremely bad deck. I'm gonna give this one another try. This one looks a little bit more reasonable because we got some of our pingers out of the gate. I fucking bounce land myself and I discard the useless Wildfire Devil. So I got 3 mana available. I will play Guild Artisan. I'm just going to give us the charity of, like, it's turn 3, we get the treasures. We get the treasures, we use them to play Molten Gatekeeper, we're all happy. Play Panharmonicon. We could Chain Whirler, but I feel like we just Sulfim. Sulfim, deal 2 to everybody. Twice. War Room's in here. Everybody relax. And then drop Torbran. So we're going to get 1 doubled plus 2 because I believe our opponents get to choose how this applies. So I will get 4 twice to everybody. So it's 8 to everybody, so 24 additional damage. Alright. Alright, we're up to 36 to the board. And then we swing Norin. If opponent is sapient, Norin does not get blocked. If they are sapient and they don't block Norin, we play Visions of Phyrexia. Next turn, we also exile the top. And then we just play Grenzo and do ETB deck. Okay. I mean, getting a creature to land, I think it's aspirational to believe that nobody's going to interact with this little Rube Goldberg machine we have set up. But if it gets set up, it will kill motherfuckers. That's important. This guy sucks, though. I think the idea that... I think the deck is actually like... The deck folds if people stop blocking. Which is kind of funny. I'm not sure if it's funny in the way that we want it to be. He's an enabler? Yeah, so is Krenko. Like, I think with the deck, the way that it currently is, scientifically indistinct from playing a token generator in the command zone. And so if there's... Because we have nothing. We don't have a goddamn card in this deck that makes anybody want to... I can swing anything and not have them allegedly die to a defender. Right. What I'm trying to communicate to you is like, people will just never block you because the board state the deck assembles is so weak compared to the creature ping strategy red can assemble. So like, we have done it. We have definitely, like, the deck does do a thing. It does a Norin thing by the furthest stretch of the imagination. So I think if we want the deck to benefit in any way, really the only benefit that we could create is cutting the weaker effects for just more card draw. Based off the playtest that we did, like, getting to one of these ETB damage effects is what matters. Fanatic of Mogus can do a lot of work. Perforos can do a lot of work. No. No. And everything else we can do is so overwhelmingly bad. I struggle to imagine why we wouldn't play things like Thrill of Possibility. We don't even have to go card positive, because we don't need to stack 18 engines on top of each other. I know you looked like, that's why I think the thesis of the deck is the weak point. I think you've done a good job of building what is a terrible, terrible no good strategy. Genuinely, this is the grand melee deck. And this still fucks you because we do not have the mana to recast our entire board, so I can't even wholeheartedly recommend Grand Melee. But the idea that... But we don't have any reason for anybody to block us ever, which is a testament to the effectiveness of the ETB part of the deck. But to the question of, or to the dare of block it, I dare you, everyone's going to go, no, I'd much rather take 2 than 16. So if we had ways to threaten additional commander we cannot Voltron this dumbass. If we had ways to threaten more combat damage, I would believe in the Sophie's Choice of the deck a little bit more. But as it stands, this is just like, we put anything that makes this just out commanders your commander. I think that there are maybe specific loops we want to pull off with him. But in terms of how the deck is actually winning the game, we would rather just play General Crete and cast some guys. Because, Wildfire Devil sucks. We want... Yeah. Give me this guy. Give me this guy. If we want to do this bad, unreliable plan, let's go out cooking. Cause this is the type of like has an ETB effect that we can turn into additional bodies, which will play into the ETB burn strategy better than what if I took your cultivate? Anax is not going to do a single goddamn thing for us. Equipments are so bad for this deck because we do not have the mana to throw around, but at least this like kind of works and makes our commander like this makes our creatures less easy to just go like, oh yeah, why would I fucking block you? That guy's not good enough. See, this guy is not good enough because we'll just go, oh, I don't block him. Brazen Freebooters is pretty fucking bad. I don't think we're doing anything with Calamity. See, this is another like, toolboxy ETB effect. Nobody is gonna block this bitch, and so we're never gonna get to do the like Norin reuse strategy. Okay, like here's something we could do for card draw that will feel a little bit Norin-y. So we can do Crimson Caravaneer. We have a combat damage trigger that will give us card advantage, and if they don't give us the card advantage, it's low enough that we have a decent chance of recasting it. We would probably have to combine this with some degree of like board buffing or a few scant equipments, but like we want things where the choice is going to matter, I think, for a deck like this. Like we have a deck that is capable of dealing damage if nobody pays attention to it, which is kind of the floor we want to work at for bracket 2. But if we want to capture the vibe of block it, I dare you, we want them to have a reason to block. Nemesis Mask gives them a reason. Throw in Hunted Dragon? No. We should not throw in Hunted Dragon. God, unban Dockside just for this fucking deck. Invasion plans. No, strike 2. Strike 2. We want this deck to win, not get asymmetrically board wiped when the green player swings at them. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Trumpeting Carnosaur. Okay, ETB Discover 5. Or I hit you for 7 damage. I think this is the closest. This is closer. Like, I realize we want to be low to the ground aggro, and oh god, we're not at all. Um, but let's pretend we were low to the ground aggro. In Commander, that doesn't really work all that well. I think Aether Revolt right now doesn't work great for us because nobody in their right mind should be triggering Norin. Only insane people who want to die are going to be blocking you. I think Tursa's also bad in that context. I think Krenko just seems so weird because anytime we can use him for Norin, we kind of defeat the purpose of having a Krenko. We could run equips like Quietus Spike. The thing about Quietus Spike is it is going to get us killed. And the equip is 3, which is kind of a high break point for us. Second, Aesel, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. God, what I think will be better is a card that got spoiled recently that I think is the best equipment in the game, which is Actual Factual Buster Sword. Still expensive, but I think is right at the edge. Will make your thing big to be a threat, and this combat damage trigger is fucking outrageous. On damage, you draw a card and you free cast a spell. That is big and scary enough, people will want to block it. Like, this is the ceiling of block it, I dare you. Where if you block it, okay, I recast it and I get Norin back, I get my 2-mana creature back, I get to... Like, I put this on Fanatic of Mogus and I give you the worst choice you've ever had. So as much as I don't want to be recommending, like proxy this shit, because fuck Chase Mythics from the premium set. But this is the type of shit you gotta be on if we want it to be a genuine, I'm trying to aggro you down and I'm trying to make you make a bad choice about blocking. We don't need to make 1,000,000 copies of Buster Sword. We can literally put Buster Sword on one like peak for the deck. I attach one Buster Sword to one Fanatic of Mogus, and I either get to free cast a 7-mana spell, or I get Fanatic of Mogus again. And I think everything that falls short of that should just be card selection. See, like, this is whatever. Close quarters? Nah. Buster Sword. And Moron, I think if you go Infect... Problem with Infect. Your deck is very, very weak. The way... That is not an admonishment. That is just bracket 2 decks tend to be very, very weak. You have made a tremendously frail deck in pursuit of trying to make a literal coward a good army general. If you do anything that makes you seem like the biggest threat at the table, you will be murdered. You will be murdered. I know you said you hope the deck can stand back up quickly enough that removal doesn't matter. They will player remove you. The Bant +1/+1 counters player is going to put holes inside your body. If you do something that makes people think, oh, this guy's gonna kill me in 2 turns. Something like Buster Sword, which is a advantage engine that will make people be like, oh, I really don't want to get hit by that. You're also not going to win the game because you have put Buster Sword on a 4/2. Like, I can just block and let you get Fanatic of Mogus again. But that actually becomes like a legitimate choice. Do I let them hit for 7 or do I let them recast Fanatic of Mogus? That is the most pure, perfect situation you want to put people in when you are playing this deck. I think it's literal best thing you can do for executing the flavor of block it, I dare you. Is that situation good enough to justify Sword of X and Y? I legitimately don't think so. I don't think any of the other swords are good enough for how bad and inefficient equipment is as an archetype. I think the Buster Sword breaks past it because it is, no fooling, best equipment ever printed. Or most broadly good equipment ever printed. Legacy players, I'm sorry about Jite. I am talking about Commander. I realize Umezawa's shit still rules in 1v1. For Commander, most generally powerful equipment ever made, no contest. I do not think any of the swords of X and Y can stand up to this in terms of how fucked up and strong it is. I think what would also be useful for the aggro strategy, let's non-bow ourselves in a fun way. You don't have to cut Krenko for this, because we could legitimately cut Daredevil, we could cut Outpost Siege, we could cut Wildfire Devils, and we would not notice. This is going to give us a decent amount of card selection. This will also create more game theory situations. Do you want to take the growing damage, or do I get my ETB again? Even though it is kind of a non-bow, it is at least a non-bow that forces us into the game theory space of, I'm going to point at you and I'm going to say, like, you can take a 5/5, or you can take one for the team, block it, maybe I recast it. Suggestions that are actually good. Homura, Human Ascendant. That's strike 3. I'm not reading the rest. So for ramp, we got Dowsing Dagger. This will give people free blockers to work with. This will give you a very meaningful and very necessary amount of mana that you need. I still think Sword of Feast and Famine is better than Buster Sword. You are deeply wrong. No. So I wouldn't do... So Cage Sun, this is exactly the type of thing I would replace with Inti or Buster Sword or Dowsing Dagger. This is literally just like, I have no idea what to do. I'm going to throw a generically expensive object at the wall and hope it breaks in a cool way. And that's where we can upgrade it with shit that is going to make people want to block, shit that is going to make your board a threat while giving you card advantage. Don't do this. And then bad cards like this. We get to play bad cards like Aether Chaser. We don't have to do Cage Sun. We can do mono red energy aggro. I do like Captivating Crew. That is clever. Very mid, but okay. Aether Chaser's not the play, my man. You cannot point at Direfleet Daredevil unironically and tell me Aether Chaser has no place in this deck. This is better for what you want to do than Direfleet Daredevil. Direfleet Daredevil has a block rate of 0 across every game this deck will ever play. You will never reuse this man's ETB unless you are running him into somebody who feels bad for you. You can pick out the green player's ramp. Oh my fucking god. What if you just played a land? What if you just drew a fucking card? Like, Devils is a little bit better because it's repeatable, but if we actually want to be on this, I'm going to put you into a situation, Aether Channeler is just better. You don't have to accept that, but that is the truth. Like, if you wanted ramp, you would be playing Dowsing Dagger. This is just a pet card. I can smell it on you. Oh yeah, and then this would also just be better than Direfleet Daredevil. Like, this is another thing that would actually force people to make the choice. The more we look at the deck and what's lacking from the deck, it feels less like we're playing Block It, I Dare You, and it feels more like I wanted to play a Krenko deck that wouldn't get me beat up. Because most of what the deck is currently built around is, what if Panharmonicon was red and we had 14 ping effects? And what it can be built around is giving people a legitimately hard choice. That is the future I want for you. And these are the cards that create that future. I don't even think this guy goes in. I'm just saying he's an upgrade to what we currently have. This shit is just ridiculous, dog. This entire mana section is just fucked up. Like, Extraplanar Lens I stand by. I think you're focusing on the side hustle and not the main job. The main job, as you stated it, is Norin enables the deck to recast ETBs over and over again for profit under threat of ETB that opponent would rather take the damage. But the thing is, our damage is fucking meaningless. Like, the main job is us pissing our pants in front of somebody. It's like, all of these suggestions are because this deck as it is, nobody ever blocks us and they don't care. It's like, congratulations, you get to swing Norin 10 turns in a row. Nobody ever wants to block him because they don't want to turn on your pinger strategy. You spend 10 turns dealing basically no damage and you get killed by a dinosaur. If we're talking about bracket 1, we can talk about that, but like, I play a lot of pre-con games, dog. I know what bracket 2 decks are bringing, and most bracket 2 decks are just gonna go like, oh yeah, I'll take 4, whatever. Swing 12 at you. Response? Because don't think I didn't notice the fact that we have no fucking removal in this deck. We have one cute peekaboo, and the rest of it is hopes and prayers. But everyone else is like, you have created a pinger strategy that will, like, life of the party, right? Current pinnacle ETB effect. We want to give people goated token copies of life of the party. I will let you hit me with this for every turn of the commander game, and you will lose. That is what I'm trying to confront with, like, the inties and the face breakers and the buster swords, is we have to give them a reason to make, like, we have to make your damage convincing enough that that choice is hard, instead of everyone just looking at you and going, why isn't this a token deck? And now, this is not the bar for every commander deck in the world. I want to be very clear, the comparison I'm about to make is bad faith. Because this guy would hose a lot of commander decks. But in the deck, as you currently have it built, 0 other changes, hoses. This is the deck you have built. And it's still not, it's not an optimized Krenko deck by any, you know, by any stretch of the imagination. But the deck as it stands has given people 0 reasons to ever let you enact your plan. If you resolve Nemesis Mask, yeah, you get to, because now they have to block you. But the rest of the deck is just like, I don't know, yeah, fucking 6 damage on turn 6? Sure, who cares? Yeah, seconding, Invasion Plans is fucking doo-doo. Invasion Plans is hot dog shit. I am standing arm in arm with Mararn on that one. Swing for damage is a win con if you can swing for damage. You fucking can't. You swing for 8 damage turn 6. Like, that's the problem. Swing for damage is a win con, but it's a win con for you if everybody else kills each other 90% of the way while leaving you alone. If they don't block it, it's swing for damage. What number do you think is on the power here? Do you think this is like an 8-1? Like, that's the... I have a 2-1. Nobody blocks me. They don't care. 2 out of 20. It's an 11-turn commander damage clock. Swing for damage is only a win con if you can swing for meaningful damage. This is like bracket 1 levels of damage. I have fucking... Like... I think the last couple pre-con games I have been in, it has not been weird for pre-cons to swing for double-digit damage by turn 5. And like, this was the same thing that broke Veggie's attempt at a Norin deck down, is this same problem, which is like, you can... No, not more damage doublers, dog. You have to put in meaningful combat damage triggers to prevent people with a choice. If we just do more damage doublers, all that happens is somebody goes like, "Oh, you know what? I wasn't going to hit you with my Grasp of Fate because I felt bad, but I will actually get rid of your damage doubler with Grasp of Fate." Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Okay, this might be a bad suggestion, but Inferno Titan, the deck is built for ETB, so take the 6 or take the ETB. The problem is that is better, but as soon as anything is expensive, it's almost certainly going to get lost to the exile trigger. So like Carnosaur, I was happy with because we got a free spell stapled to it every time. Listen, we are here. I have shown you the path to glory. If you are unwilling to walk that path, I take no more responsibility from it. You have done a good job assembling ETB damage pingers. I do not think a single person is ever blocking your deck, and I do not think the damage you can put together is ever killing anybody. We have to be talking about geological timescales for the timescales you need to kill a person. So we're going to do a manual ad break, and then Gag Bomb, please sound off, and we will do your deck. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Thank you very much for the submission. It is a playable Norin deck, which is more than I can say about most other Norin decks. This sentence is a deep, deep lie. Pumpkin Wizard 95, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. And Weirdest One, thank you for the Smasher Pass. I'll hit that pre-ad break. Pass. Smash if it means I can kill it with hammers. That is the only context we are smashing in. Alright, that last deck got me in the mood to argue. I'm fucking incensed. I'm fucking incensed right now. Time KT. Any Final Fantasy legendaries you are interested in making a deck around? Listen, I am prepared to be self-vine boomed for this, but I want to build this, and I also don't, because it feels like everybody's already built it. It's one of those like, wow, it's such a good Is It deck, and I really love playing Is It, and also the moment anybody who can play Commander read this fucking card, like, we knew what the deck was, dog. Like, hey, here's the deck. It's 15 copies of this type of effect, 40 counterspells, lands, and some mana rocks. And that's the thing that makes Vivi so broken. And I will be doing a short to explain this, because somebody tried to check me on the Vivi roast and was like, oh, people are overrating this commander, which they absolutely fucking aren't, because you can just remove it. The thing that Vivi allows you to do, if you are an Is It deck and you want to Is It people, you have like three conditions you have to fulfill. First, you have to run Gutter Snipes, because you need a way to convert your storming off into damage. This is if you are not running a like tight CEDH level win con. Vivi does that for you. The next thing you typically have to do is you typically have to run shit like Burgi to help give you mana for your big storm turns. Vivi does that shit after a round or two of casually counterspelling things. And then after that, a lot of storm decks are also playing a lot of like really bad red-blue spells to try to pick up their whole deck and fuel the storm turn. Vivi does that the moment you resolve a curiosity effect stapled to them. And so the whole deck can just be a critical mass of curiosity effects and then interaction. Like, Vivi's not hard to remove because of who Vivi is. Vivi is hard to remove because these decks can be built wildly irresponsibly without giving up any power. Imagine putting a Sigil of Sleep. Imagine if I spelled that shit right. Oh, you would go straight to hell. I see people trying to make Vivi as bracket 3 on Moxfield, and I think they are high. I see this as permanent bracket 4 jail, if not CEDH jail. Am I the high one? I think so. I do not think you can build bracket 3 Vivi if you put Curiosity in. I think that is the really hard line in the sand that's going to separate, is your Vivi bracket 4 or is your Vivi bracket 3? If you do not, if you refrain from including, I think even without Curiosity NGL, you're just wrong. That's okay. If you use Vivi as a mana battery for like casting big Is It spells, then it is possible to make a bracket 3 deck that is still quite good, but is very much within bracket 3, the moment you include curiosity, it's broken in half. Like the moment you can convert Vivi's damage into card draw, you have blown open the walls of bracket 3. Do you think Embercleave will be playable in VV? I mean, you can have it in the deck. It's not going to be a good card in the deck. My Gearson Starn does the same thing, and it's a solid 3 or a high 3, but it doesn't have the damage in the command zone. Yeah, and that's the problem, Irgesplitten. Like, the damage being in the command zone is so good that the moment you translate it into draw, too strong for 3. If you limit Vivi to being I am an is it ramp engine, it will still be a pretty good 3. Oh yeah, DPM, I'm sorry about that rant. Thank you for the $2 additional, though. You could have just yelled at me. LGS Zoomer's not playing enough spot removal. A million video essayists have made videos on this. When I eventually make mine, my take on it will be people don't play enough spot removal because they haven't realized it's cool to fuck up villains. Too many people think they're all supposed to be friends at the commander table. What we are supposed to be is enemies who have a good faith respect for each other as we try to kill each other. I think Zoomers would play more removal if they played more removal that was like this. These dumbass, sorry, I'll be nicer. Commander players who don't play enough removal tend to not play a lot of removal because it feels like an underwhelming turn. It feels like you have not made enough happen, or that is at least the most common argument I hear. Is they're like, I don't want to play removal, I want to play the big splashy card. Removal can be the big splashy card. Like, to me, that seems like the most common disconnect, is people only think of removal as a thing that de-escalates the game rather than a thing that escalates the game in your favor. Yeah, Ruinous Ultimatum, raw as fuck. Awesome card. Windgrace's Judgment, awesome card. Like Soul Shatter? Ugh. What makes removal feel stupid is when people think of removal exclusively as Swords to Plowshares. Like, Swords to Plowshares is the ultimate, like, isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Outside of counterspells. I think I would agree about the escalation part if we didn't collectively hate one-sided board wipes. I mean, who's we, dog? Those are like the most common things I recommend. Oh, yeah, people don't like Psych Rip, but that's just because they're fucking... That's just like blue player hate getting put on blue's one-sided board wipe. Like the... Like, play this and see how many people boo. They let you get 9 mana? Too fucking bad, dog. People bitch about Psych Rift, not because of the nature of interaction, but because people feel like blue already has too much interaction, and so they use Psych Rift as the scapegoat for the shit they're just already mad about. I legitimately had one guy tell me in Garuk's Wake was CEDH once, though. I mean, at that point, who the fuck is we, dog? Like, you talked to one stupid person once? I do it all the time, actually. Checkmate. So true. And then Gag Bomb or Keaton, we're still waiting for you. Please sound off. If we don't get a sound off, I will reach out for a reschedule. Yeah, Kiva, I do agree. Like the instant speed nature is a lot of what makes people flip out about Psych Rift is they don't like getting their turn interrupted, and they hate getting their turn interrupted for them to be sat down into the cuck chair. What about turn 4 Armageddon pass? No, because that's not one-sided. I realize this is like a bad faith haha argument to begin with, but the whole point is like big splashy interaction things should be one-sided to feel good. Now, land destruction as a thing is so salt-inducing that it's difficult to stand on the argument that like, oh, Tef Pro Armageddon, like people put that in bracket 4 jail immediately. Shit's one-sided, which is good. The most inappropriate thing about Tef Pro Armageddon is that you're not getting rid of creatures, and so there's a pretty decent chance the dinosaur player just has a board state that can handle you anyway. Like, that's the biggest problem with Tef Pro Armageddon. If we had, like... If we had shit that was just like, okay, I cast Tef Pro... and I cast a 5 mana thing that blows up creatures and lands, those two cards together just read I win. Those two cards just read, okay, take your bad turns that don't do anything, pass to me, I beat you to death. So obliterate. Right, but I mean, this is like outrageously expensive. But if you spend 11 mana to do this, if we spend 11 mana on, okay, your board is gone, only my stuff is here now. Like, dog, that's the same as casting Ulamog and just waiting. I mean, MLP, the instant speed salt induction, there's a lot of reasons for it. I think reason number 1 is whenever anybody else holds up mana, it's never for anything good, and when the blue player holds up mana, it's always for something good. I think that's what gets everybody the most angry. Like, I think one thing that will legitimately begin slowly, it is going to take years. But one thing that will legitimately begin bringing down the level of salt about Blue's instant speed stuff. Let me find this dumbass card. Like this. Like, the other colors just have bad shit to hold up mana for. The white and black players can hold up a little bit of interaction. The red players can pretend that they have interaction when it's really just a goblin they didn't have enough mountains for. The green players can hold up like protection spells, and if you're not holding up protection spells, you do fuck all. But blue has long been the color of, if you're holding up mana, you probably have something good to hold up that mana for, and other colors have historically gotten way worse shit to hold up mana for. So I think as we get more stuff like Lifestream's Blessing that gives the green player an opportunity to like feel tricky, and even then we let them foretell it for cheaper, to feel tricky and feel like they have a big splashy thing to do at instant speed, I think that feeling will change, but it's going to take a long, long time. Blue Pengle, yes. Holding up mana, I am referring to not spending mana on your turn so that you can spend mana on other people's turns. No, you're good. You don't have to apologize. Don't worry. So, like, this is what a blue player would hold up mana for. I pass my turn. I have 4 lands open. On your turn, you try to cast a spell. I counter it, and I draw a card. On your turn, you have done nothing, and I have drawn a card. That makes motherfuckers quite mad. I guess I'm just confused as to why people dislike stuff happening on their own turn. PowerPoint night players, dog. Like, some people legitimately would prefer to do PowerPoint night than they would to playing a game of Commander. I did a short about this, but honestly, I thought it was going to do better. I was proud of that short. But anyway, I did a short where I talked about a lot of people who don't like counter spells or don't like interaction in general are people who, like, our society has, God, I don't want to do a Joker moment thing, but we have a lot of societal expectations around the only things that are worth doing are competitive. I think that's a bad expectation, but it is nonetheless one that we have very, very deeply ingrained in us. We are expected to participate in competitive sports. If we like stuff, our fandoms incentivize us to debate who is the best. A lot of anime comparisons boil down to, could my anime character beat your anime character up? A lot of the way we interact with each other is we are pushed to be competitive in everything we do. And so when we get to Commander, which is still competitive but is a little bit more relaxed, what happens is people take all this stuff that they just love and just want to talk about and just want to enjoy with their friends, and they're like, I'm only allowed to do this if I turn it into a deck. Like, I've had a ton of friends who have built Commander decks where I was like, this should, like, we would all be happier with PowerPoint night. We would all be happier playing PowerPoint night. I also missed Nox Skyfall's tier 1 sub 2 hours ago. Nox, if you're still here, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the 14th month in a row, my friend. Tigerific, that short is called, I think, Counter Spells in Commander. Is I believe what I titled it. Yes, I think one of the things I disliked about the PowerPoint night short is I did not effectively communicate that PowerPoint nights are a good thing we should do more of. No, I did not, Alec, man. I don't know enough anime, so accept this joke in the form of a fillable form. But Mauled, we must know, would insert slice of life anime comic relief beat insert harem anime side character? I mean, beat in what way? Well, the Final Fantasy set will spawn a lot more PowerPoint decks. I know I will. I'm actually less convinced about that because a lot of the Final Fantasy shit is crazy powerful. Like, people typically want to, and the precons had a fair number of like board wipes and interaction in them. Like, they put Ruinous Ultimatum in a precon, they put Farewell in the precon. For people who are getting in with the Final Fantasy precons, they did give them more stuff that was like, hey, this is good and you should shoot people when they try to do it. Is the power creep getting out of hand, especially in a super expensive set? I struggle to call it out of hand because power creep is not like scales tipping, or a bike falling over. There's not a moment where it's suddenly too late. Power creep in Magic is a lot more like erosion from like waves lapping at a beach or into like a cliff face. Like that's what's happening. There might be a moment where it all comes crashing down far in the future, but rather than out of hand, yeah, boiling a frog, also a good comparison for it. I do think Final Fantasy set canon event. If 10 years from now, the game has either turned into Yu-Gi-Oh! Or has cratered and YouTubers are dissecting what caused the game to fail, the Final Fantasy set will be the moment in that YouTube video where there is like a dramatic musical stinger and the person goes, and then Final Fantasy happened. Like it is just, everything is so good. And the place I think we're experiencing the most power creep is at the bracket 2 level. Like I think bracket 2 and bracket 3 is getting more compressed as time goes on. Now the pricing itself is just completely fucking ridiculous. The pricing for this set is, I don't even have a word for it, but I think it's disgusting. So my thing was just bait out the interaction. If your opponent is holding up mana, bait out the interaction if you think you will be the target of the counterspell. Make them counter a spell that is suboptimal. That way when you play your bomb next turn, or even on the same turn, you will have made them waste it. It's not that hard a line of play to figure out IMO, at least on paper. So the problem with that, Alec, is it assumes people are engaging in the game in a strategic way, and typically the people who hate counterspells are not engaging in the game in a strategic way, and so your tactical advice falls on completely deaf ears. The reason they hate counterspells is because they want to tap out for the bomb and do WWE shit, and telling them, no, you must be patient. You must study the ebb and the flow of the energies in battle and then strike when the time is right. They're like, that sounds lame, Dad. Why the fuck would I do that? And so it is the correct answer, but nobody who truly freaks out over counterspells is actually freaking out because of what a unbeatable tactical strategy they are. They're freaking out because they wanted to do PowerPoint night, or they wanted to play wrestle, and they are being prevented from doing that. Also, we are the great work and absolute cardboard. Thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Seamold, I agree with your notion that the set is strong, but I'm hesitant to call it power creep, in that the set gave us lots of 7 out of 10 cards, but not a lot of 10 out of 10 on the power scale, in the sense that there's no Underworld Breach level card, but lots of Gishath, Courser, or Krufix type cards. See, in Sudsball, I think power creep comes from the 7 out of 10s rather than the 10 out of 10s. I think the 10 out of 10s, with the advent of the WotC bracket system, actually do less to cause power creep, because they are limited to the upper echelons of play. And what I'm going to bring up as an example of this is Buster Sword. I think this is meaningful power creep. And the reason I believe this is meaningful power creep is that not every deck in the world wants this. Most decks do. If your deck ever seeks to swing a creature and you think it doesn't want Buster Sword, you are probably wrong. It could replace most cards in most commander decks currently in the world, and it would be an upgrade. Do any CEDH decks want this fucking card? No. Do any bracket 4 decks want this card? Probably not. There are a few Voltron decks that think they're bracket 3 that want this card, but most of the decks in the world that want this card are bracket 2s that at some point seek to deal combat damage. Even in my friend's Skullbriar deck, yes. It not only works perfectly with every version of Cloud, it works perfectly with every creature that has flying. It works perfectly with every creature that has menace. It works perfectly with every creature that has trample. And I think when I say that, people think I'm saying like, oh my god, it's the best card in your deck immediately. I don't think that's always going to be true, but I think it's always better than something. It is always better than something at least a little bit, and anytime people go, well, it can't be that good, I would just blow it out with removal. That furthers my point because you know you would remove it every fucking time. You would never let this shit hit you. You going, oh, but I could kill your creature with Swords to Plowshares is not a valid rebuttal to this because you would kill a fucking 1/1 with Swords to Plowshares if it had Buster Sword on it. I know you would. That's why it's fucked up and good. This is such a good effect that people will blow removal on dog shit creatures to prevent taking the damage if they don't have a blocker to put in front of it. And so, like, it's also dope as shit. This is a cool fucking card. This is an awesome effect. And so, it's both power creep and it's sick as hell. But this is what I'm talking about when I talk about creep, where we get cards that are not going to be the best card in every deck, but it's tough to ever argue for why you don't want this card in the deck. Like, if you think you don't want this card in the deck for power reasons, you are probably incorrect. If you think you don't want it in the deck for flavor reasons, I believe you. I think Mauld can be summarized, and he dislikes the power creep that raises the floor, not the ceiling. Yes. That is exactly it, Carl. When I am worried about power creep, I am worried about cards that are bringing up the floor of what we consider a 2, and not creep that's bringing up the ceiling of what high power decks are doing. But if I look at my, like, I have a few bracket 4 decks. I have like 1 or 2 CEDH lists. I can play high power Magic. I generally prefer to play lower power Magic. My bracket 2 and 3 decks that are capable of winning games, that have either won friend games, won on gameplay shows, this can go in every single one of them. Do you think there will be a point where 2 and 3 will be indistinguishable if the floor keeps rising? Yes, I think we are sort of inevitably moving towards that compression. And I think what might happen, I think the best thing that could come of that is that precons are 3s and we have 1 and 2 for people to mess around in. Because we see a lot of decks on this stream that are like worse than precons, or that are like or the ceiling of their deck is lower than the ceiling of a precon, and that's still fun Magic. On a flavor note, wasn't Final Fantasy one of the sets that we're going to have an alt version on Arena because of licensing? Because if so, I am proxying every in-universe version of a summon spell because I love sagas, but I also like to put my Yubi stuff in quarantine. I think we are. Oh, yeah. So, like, the Taval precon? Holy shit, dog. Oh, it's just Spider-Man? Okay. I think So I think the wires that are getting crossed here is I believe we are getting in-universe reprints of Final Fantasy stuff later. We are getting Final Fantasy stuff globally, but I think Morrow or somebody at WotC confirmed that they were going to be doing in-universe reprints downline. I don't know if it's for the whole set. I'm pulling something deep out of my hippocampus right now, and I don't know how much I can trust it. I may be super fucking wrong. It may have already been talked about, but Buster Sword doesn't have evasion built in, and sometimes evasion is the make or break on equipment evaluation. Sometimes, I don't think it is in this case. I think if you put evasion on Buster Sword, it would be every 2 and 3 runs this, no questions asked. I think the way it is, most 2s and a good number of 3s run this, no questions asked. I think it was the Aether Drift set review you mentioned power creep is inevitable because there has to be a reason to play the new stuff rather than just always using the old stuff. Right, like you can't avoid it forever. You either have to invent a new mechanic to go wider, or you have to slowly but surely power creep things. I might be wrong in thinking this, but personally I don't like the in-universe reprints because they just muddy a list of cards where you have to know you can't run this card because you already have a copy of it. I mean, Reink, that's a fair point, but they're doing it mostly for financial reasons, which I think they're plentiful enough that I can see why they do it. Wouldn't it have been better to make the stuff in-universe first and then come out with the branded stuff like they did for Party Tree? Better for who? Because that's worse for the shareholders every single time. Like, there's a reason they are power creeping the fuck out of the premium sets. There's a reason the One Ring was one of the best Magic cards ever fucking made. They need, not God, needs a strong word for a bunch of gross capitalists, but they want premium sets to sell a lot. They want premium sets to sell for a shitload of money, and they want them to hit new sales goals. Also, Elk, thank you for the raid. I don't know why the fuck I'm shouting you out. We share like literally 50% of our viewer base, but shout out 33 Elk, another glorious deck builder. Anyway, doing in-universe first and then doing Universes Beyond, it just wouldn't work because then people wouldn't be motivated to buy the premiere set, and then, oh no, we don't have 20% profits this quarter. Oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! I saw one of Elk's streams and I was like, yo dog, I'm taking that. That's dope as fuck. That's a good convention. Gimme. Davey, Rocket, Benland, Asinel, Wattsbal, and Commander Chelonian. Thank you very much for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Elk, I'll let you go to bed or whatever it is you do in the nighttime. Can I get a quick yes, no, best Commander equipment ever printed? Commander specifically. I'm not trying to disrupt the JITEs. Lucian Wolfie, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. You're all wrong. I will be proven right in time. You are all wrong. Feast and Famine is the GOAT. You all love Feast and Famine way too fucking much. Why would I untap my lands when I can just play the spell for free? I would argue the sword's cycle protection is a major part of their power. I think that's true. Buster Sword's still better. I will not be moved from this rock. No, Buster Sword does not work for X-costed spells. So if you somehow have a deck that cares about moving to combat and is also focused on X-costed spells, no. Is this rage bait? No, I genuinely believe that this is the most broadly good equipment we have ever seen printed. I think that this could go into 90% of bracket 2 decks and probably 50% of bracket 3 decks as a direct upgrade to something in the deck. It is not like the ceiling on it isn't turbo busted, but it is so broadly applicable to the things most commander decks want to do that I think anybody who thinks this isn't an upgrade to something in their deck is probably smoking crack or never hopes to deal commander damage. I think it's still beaten out by Shadow Spear. Good luck with that pipe, dog. Alright, peace out, Alec. Thank you for the raid. I think, like... I think Feast and Famine is also good, and I think the protection is worth considering. I genuinely find it difficult to overrate how broadly good this is. It's very easy to overrate how good the top end of this is, but I find it difficult to overrate how many different decks could magically draw this and be like, oh, shit, that's pretty good. I put it on Yargle and Multani so we can get to 21 commander damage and I can cast Earthshaker Dragon for free. So true. My brain is writing it out as a logic equation. Like for every deck, bracket 2 or bracket 3, there exists card worse than Buster Sword. I think it is for like... For 2s, yes. For 3s, you have way more decks that are not as focused about moving to combat or not as focused about moving to combat with creatures that matter. You have more like Storm becomes a thing, bracket 3. Like Stacks becomes a thing, bracket 3. You don't think Commander's Plate isn't the best generic equipment? Fuck no, dude. This is just protection and a stat boost. Buster Sword is giving you almost the same level of stat boost, and it's giving you free spells. Zero, I think the context changes for equipment-specific decks. One thing that's carrying the Buster Sword a lot for me, the cost is very low. Equipment decks tend to not care about the cost being crazy because they are either cheating the casting cost or they are cheating the equipment cost. And that's why I'm saying it's so generically good. Being able to draw a card, being able to free cast, fucked up. But is it worth replacing Sword of Fire and Ice for Buster Sword? Yes, every time. We can debate it with Sword of Feast and Famine because protection is also quite nice. Right, for Voltron, the evasion is much more important because Voltron decks are almost always running into the problem of I'm getting removed or I'm getting blocked and I have to deal 14 commander damage to you. Buster Sword is just like, you could equip this at random to any creature you have. That creature is now a threat. Dog, I could put this on fucking... I could equip the Buster Sword to Red Death Shipwrecker, and you're about to use fucking Swords to Plowshares on a goddamn goad mana dork. Like, that's what makes it fucked up. I put Commander's Plate on the crab. Nobody gives a fuck. True. Fuck tapping for 1 mana. I'm swinging for 3 damage, a card, and a 3 mana spell. This motherfucker tapped for 3. Like, that's the floor that I'm talking about. Is the ceiling not the ceiling is not crazy at all. The ceiling is very normal, which is why it's only not going in every bracket 3 deck ever. But Buster Sword makes so many creatures like, oh fuck, I have to block that, or I have to remove that, or I'm probably gonna be unhappy. Assuming you have the cards in hand, at the worst it's 3 damage and a card. I mean, at that point, yeah, like you could build a shitty no good deck with a deeply irresponsible curve, and then Buster Sword's bad. Dang, the Ornithopter argument is pretty funny. LMAO, you got me. What about Key to the Vault? Does not give a stat boost. Does not give a stat boost, and so is not intimidating on shitty creatures. Buster Sword going like... If I put Buster Sword on my Ornithopter and I free cast Cultivate, I am happy. That is a comically bad use of Buster Sword, but I am still fucking happy. If I Key to the Vault my Ornithopter, nothing happens. Like, Key to the Vault is only threatening if you get a different creature who already has a good stat line. Buster Sword gives you a good stat line and then gives you a really good payoff to go with it. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I still like Sword of Wealth and Power as a very highly rated sword. The WOP sword is also pretty good. You do have to be on like meaningful instants and sorceries. How do you feel about Mithril Coat? Its flash aspect seems like it kind of became an auto-include in decks that look to protect their commander. It's good. I basically never run it because I'm not holding up that much mana, and I don't run a lot of game plans that are that dependent on my commander in colors that don't let me run counter spells already. All right, I don't see Gag Bomb, so I'm gonna reach out to them. I'm gonna reach out to them separately, and we are going to reschedule them, and we are going to find a friend to raid into, and we will be live again Wednesday. Is that true? Yeah, we will be live again Wednesday. Rick, no, I was just talking about I just did a fucking tangent on the Buster Sword. Maybe Gagmon just taking a really long time to type. If we stream tomorrow or Tuesday, it will be variety. So no deck roasting tomorrow. I'm actually very grateful I gave myself time off from that. I'll probably stream tomorrow anyway, but it'll probably be Darkest Dungeon. So we're going to raid. We have Patron League Night in about an hour in the Discord. Let's see if any of the homies are on live. Kuro Hitsuki is live. You know what? Raid that motherfucker with Buster Sword equals best equipment ever. That's going to be the raid message. And we are going to raid out for the day. Thank you all for showing up and watching. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the follows, the subs, the cheers. I super appreciate the $500 from Skinny666 joining the Mango Money Moment Hall of Fame. I'll see you all tomorrow, and please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's gonna be it for me, but I will see you tomorrow.